Chapter 1126. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house brought Qin Feiyang as fast as lightning above the sea. I wonder if they have caught up. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the sea behind him and muttered to himself. His face was still full of worry. I don't think so. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house shook her head. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, "Why do you think so?" That golden figure is very powerful. With the ability of the Chief Tower Master and the others, they can't break through his seal. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Golden figure, why is he on the island? Qin Feiyang muttered. Although he couldn't see the golden figure's face clearly, whether it was his figure or the harpoon in his hand, they were exactly the same as the Mermaid Emperor statue that was enshrined in the Holy Land of the Mermaid clan. It was because of this that he was so shocked when he saw the golden figure. Because he was sure that it should be the Mermaid Emperor who had left with his ancestor back then. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, his existence is related to an ancient legend. You know him too? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course I know. Not only do I know, the current rulers of the Forgotten Continent, such as the Chief Tower Master, Wang Su, the Mu clan's ancestor, the various fake gods, and the ancestors of the various super tribes also know. He is the emperor of the Mermaid clan, the strongest general under your ancestor. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. As expected, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. No wonder the Chief Tower Master and the others had such a terrified expression when they saw the Mermaid Emperor. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, however, the Mermaid Emperor that appeared just now was not a real person. Not a real person? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded and said, yes, if I'm not wrong, he is a wisp of divine sense left behind by the Mermaid Emperor back then. What? A wisp of divine sense. Divine sense can transform into a human form? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Of course, the divine sense of a false god can't transform into a human form. However, a true war god's divine sense has great power. Perhaps to you, a false god is already the most powerful existence in this world. But let me tell you, a true god of war only needs a strand of divine thought to kill a false god. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyang's face was blank, and his head was rumbling. The gap between a false god and a war god was actually this big? Qin Feiyang asked, are you saying that the Mermaid Emperor is a true god of war? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion nodded. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. If the Mermaid Emperor was a god of war, then how powerful was the ancestor back then? As if she could see the doubt in Qin Feiyang's heart, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion looked at the horizon and said in a low voice, your ancestor was extremely powerful. In that era, no matter if it was the Great Qin Empire or the Forgotten Continent, no one could compete with him. He had heard of it. Qin Feiyang could not help but think about it. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked into the eyes of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion. He did not know if it was an illusion or not, but in the eyes of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion, he actually found a trace of unresolvable sadness. Just as he was feeling suspicious, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression froze, saying, that's not right, since that strand of divine sense can even kill a false god, then why didn't it directly kill the Chief Tower Master and the others, and only stop them? The divine sense carries the will of its master. The reason why the Mermaid Emperor left this strand of divine sense behind was to protect the Forgotten Continent, so he will not harm anyone. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion said. Protect the Forgotten Continent? What's going on? Qin Feiyang did not understand. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion said, this is related to the legend that I mentioned to you just now. Legend has it that a long time ago, a divine beast was born here. Why does this legend sound so familiar? Just as the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion started to explain, Qin Feiyang's expression became startled. Suddenly, he thought of it. You can't be talking about this legend, right? That divine beast was very ambitious and wanted to rule this continent. In the end, A mysterious expert appeared and fought a bloody battle with it for 3 days and 3 nights before finally subduing it? Qin Feiyang interrupted the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was startled and asked suspiciously, "How do you know?" "It really is this legend." Qin Feiyang laughed helplessly and said, "The last time I came to Qinghai, I heard it from a friend." This friend was naturally worth Wang Zicheng. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded her head in realization and asked, "Then do you think this legend is true?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "At that time I was skeptical, but now that I heard you say the same, I firmly believe it. There's nothing to doubt because this is true. It's just that the battle back then was not as exaggerated as the rumors. After all, there aren't many who truly know the truth. The rest of the people only heard rumors, and then the more they spread, the more exaggerated they became." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion laughed. "Then what's the situation?" Qin Feiyang asked. "That divine beast indeed wants to rule this continent, but there's no bloody battle for 3 days and 3 nights. That mysterious expert only used one move to defeat it, and he didn't subdue it either." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. "He didn't subdue it? You're saying that the mysterious expert directly killed it?" Qin Feiyang said. "He didn't kill it either. That mysterious expert is a very benevolent person. He only sealed that divine beast's cultivation, making it stay at the false god realm forever." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. "Seal?" Qin Feiyang was startled and said, "Then what about now? Is that divine beast still in the inner sea?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, "It's not in the inner sea, it's in the endless sea." "Endless sea?" I heard people talk about the endless sea, saying that there's a divine beast in the endless sea. Could it be him? Qin Feiyang was surprised. "That's right, it's him." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization, then looked at her suspiciously. "These should be secrets, but how do you know so clearly?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion laughed. "Compared to this, don't you want to know who that mysterious expert is?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking carefully about the cause and effect, he said in surprise, "It can't be the Mermaid Emperor, right?" "Yes and no. Because the Mermaid Emperor was indeed present at that time, but he didn't make a move. The person who really made a move was your ancestor." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. "What?" Qin Feiyang's body trembled. That mysterious expert was actually his ancestor? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, "Your ancestor saved the forgotten continent. In order to show his respect, the people of the main tower enshrined his statue in the land of inheritance." "I see," Qin Feiyang muttered. The doubts in his heart were finally solved. "And the great kindness that Gong Sun Bei mentioned at that time should be this matter." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion continued, "But because of some reasons, the main tower master hates your ancestor very much." "What reason?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head and said, "This matter, I have no comment for now." Qin Feiyang said, "Then back to the previous topic, how do you know so much? Did your teacher and the mysterious madam tell you?" "No comment." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel annoyed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "Instead of thinking about these unimportant questions, why don't you think about how to deal with the Mu family's revenge?" At the mention of the Mu family, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel irritated. "Although you haven't personally killed anyone from the Mu family, whether it's the demon child and the butler, or Lu Xingfeng and the Mu family's second ancestor, they all died because of you. Especially this time, if you don't give them the divine crystals, you've completely angered them. I'm afraid they really won't let this go." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, "It doesn't matter, we'll deal with it when the time comes." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head. In the face of such a grim situation, this child could still act so relaxed. How did he train his state of mind? Following that, A trace of worry crept up in her eyes as she said, "Now tell me, what kind of trouble did Mother and the others encounter?" Qin Feiyang nodded, and immediately explained in detail what happened after they escaped from the Divine City. Time passed in a flash. The next day, early morning, the two of them stopped above an island. After traveling for a day and a night, even if the main tower master and the others have already entered the inner sea, they won't be able to catch up to us for a while. Let's stop and rest for a while. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion scanned the island and said, "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them entered the island and landed on a mountain peak. There were many holy beasts on the island, but when they sensed the aura emitted by the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, they did not dare to approach. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately took out an image crystal. Although she did not say it, Qin Feiyang could guess that she was definitely sending a message to the mysterious lady and the other two. However, the mysterious lady and the other two did not respond to her for a long time. The worry in the young lady's eyes grew even stronger. Qin Feiyang did not know how to comfort her, so he walked to the side and also took out an image crystal. Buzz. Not long later, Wang Zicheng's shadow appeared. "Greetings, young master." He looked at Qin Feiyang and unwillingly bowed. "How have you been?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wang Zicheng said, "Not bad, what about you?" Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly, "I'm on the run." "On the run?" Wang Zicheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang said, "I stole the chief pagoda master's things, and am currently being chased by 4 fake gods." "What? Being chased by fake gods?" Wang Zicheng was flabbergasted. This guy was too good at causing trouble, right? He said, "Then where are you now? Do you need our help?" "I'm in the inner sea right now. As for helping, forget it. With your little strength, it's not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. You guys are still the same as before, staying in Qinghai and pretending not to know me." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Zicheng frowned. "Since that's the case, why are you sending me a message now?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm just telling you guys in advance that I might leave the Forgotten Continent for a period of time." "Where are you going?" Wang Zicheng asked. "I haven't thought about it yet. But regardless of whether I leave or not, you guys have to be careful during this period of time." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Zicheng nodded. "I understand, I'll tell the Black Monkey and the others later." Chapter 11:27. Nope. The young lady shook her head. "Don't worry. Although the Mu family and the main pagoda have joined hands, your teacher and the others are all quite strong. Even if they are not their opponents, escaping is definitely not a problem." Qin Feiyang laughed. "I hope so." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion sighed and was about to put away the image crystal. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal shone brightly. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion perked up and immediately activated the image crystal. Buzz. An illusory figure quickly appeared. It was the mysterious lady. But at this moment, the mysterious lady was in a sorry state. Her entire body was covered in blood, and one of her arms was missing. The middle-aged man was also standing beside her. He was also covered in wounds, and his face was as pale as paper. Obviously, both of them were severely injured. Seeing this, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately became anxious and asked, "Are you guys all right?" "I won't die." The middle-aged man grinned. Qin Feiyang walked to the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, sized up the bloodstains on their bodies, and asked, "Did you guys just end the battle?" The mysterious lady said, "It's not that we just ended the battle, we just escaped." "In that case, you guys fought for an entire day and night?" Qin Feiyang said in shock. The mysterious lady nodded. Amazing. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. This was the first time he had heard of a bloody battle that lasted for an entire day and night. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at the mysterious lady and the middle-aged man and asked, "Where's teacher? Why don't I see him?" The mysterious lady wanted to say something but hesitated, her face extremely gloomy. Seeing this, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's eyelids twitched, and she asked nervously, Where exactly is teacher? The mysterious lady sighed. In order to help us escape, he stayed behind by himself and was taken away by the people from the main pagoda. What? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's face turned ashen. Don't worry, we followed them to take a look. They didn't kill your teacher, but imprisoned him in the main pagoda's prison. After we recover from our injuries, we will immediately think of a way to save him. The mysterious lady said in a deep voice. Not dead? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young mistress was stunned. Then she heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she did not die, there was still a chance. Where you now? Madame Mystery asked. Inland Sea. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. The mysterious madam was stunned. She frowned and said, Why did you go to the inland sea? If we can't open the teleportation gate in the internal sea, how are we going to find you? Qin Feiyang said, If we hadn't entered the inland sea, we would have died long ago. Damn it. The mysterious lady was incomparably furious. Alas. Looks like we're in trouble. The main pagoda and the Wuxia will definitely send people to guard the island. The Divine Island is the only entrance to the inner sea. If you want to come out now, I'm afraid it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The middle-aged man sighed. Only one entrance? Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and he quickly said, Didn't someone say that the end of the inland sea is connected to the endless sea? It's true that it's connected to the endless ocean, but there's also a divine power enchantment at the border between the internal sea and the endless ocean. You too won't be able to break the enchantment at all. The middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang said, Doesn't that mean that the inland sea is an invisible cage? As long as the Divine Island is sealed, you're like a turtle in a jar. The middle-aged man nodded. How could this be? Qin Feiyang muttered, his face as pale as paper. He thought that he could find a way out after entering the inland sea, but he never expected that it would be a dead end. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was also at a loss for a moment. Don't panic. You guys find a place to hide first. We'll sneak into the Divine Island to investigate the situation, and then we'll think of a way. The mysterious lady said. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. No matter what, you must save your lives. The mysterious lady reminded again, and the shadow dissipated. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house put away the image crystal, turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, Where are we going next? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, he thought of a place, looked up at the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, and said, I know a place. If we really reach a dead end, we can enter there. What place? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house asked. Devil's Island. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The Devil's Island was a dangerous place in the inland sea. Once he entered, he would most likely die. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he would not easily step into the Devil's Island. Without further ado, the two of them immediately soared into the sky, turned into a ray of light, and rushed towards the depths of the inland sea. With the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, an 8-star combat emperor, there was no need to worry about their safety on the way. Divine Island. A day and a night passed. The golden figure and the golden light screen were still there. Mu Qing and the others stood in front of the light screen, helpless. Swish. Suddenly, the void distorted, and 4 figures descended above the Divine Island. Mu Qing and the others sensed the 4 auras and hurriedly raised their heads to look. A trace of joy immediately appeared on their faces. Because the newcomers were Yigleo, the white-robed old man, and the 2 false gods from the main pagoda. Although 4 against 3 gave them an absolute advantage and captured the black-robed old man, they were all injured to varying degrees. At the same time, the 4 of them appeared above the Divine Island. When they saw the golden figure, their pupils suddenly shrank. The main pagoda master asked, Did you take them down? The mysterious woman and the middle-aged man escaped. However, we captured Yi Shu and locked him in prison. When we get the divine crystal back, we will interrogate him properly. The 2 false gods from the main pagoda said. As long as we can capture one of them. The main pagoda master muttered, then cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your hard work. The 2 nodded. One of them pointed at the mermaid emperor and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter with him?" The main pagoda master said, "Don't worry, he's just a strand of the mermaid emperor's divine sense." Divine sense? The four false gods' bodies trembled. Yiglao said, "I didn't expect him to leave a strand of his divine sense here. Then he's protecting Qin Feiyang now?" "Yesterday, we chased him here and were about to capture Qin Feiyang, but he suddenly appeared and stopped us. Now, we don't know where Qin Feiyang has escaped to." The main pagoda master nodded, his face full of worry. "Don't worry. The inner sea is a cage. Once they enter, they can forget about coming out." One of the old men smiled coldly, then turned to Yiglao and the other two and said, "Now, let's work together and see if we can destroy this strand of divine sense." The three of them nodded. The main pagoda master and the others immediately retreated. Boom! Yiglao and the other three faced the mermaid emperor. They raised their arms at the same time, and a shocking divine might rushed out of their bodies. All of a sudden, the power of four false gods appeared like four dragons, roaring toward the mermaid emperor. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the four false gods' power blasted on the mermaid emperor's body almost at the same time. At this moment, the entire deity's island trembled as if it was about to collapse. Whether it was the outer sea or the inner sea, huge waves were set off. However, when the dust settled, the mermaid emperor formed by divine sense was still unscathed. "It's just a strand of divine sense, but it's so strong." Yiglao and the other three were stunned. In their hearts, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. The old man in white sighed, "It seems that it's impossible to break it by force. We can only wait for it to disappear." "Then let's wait," Yiglao said in a deep voice, then turned to the Mu clan's great ancestor and said, "I don't know when this will disappear. Let Qing stay here. You go back first." The Mu clan's great ancestor replied respectfully, then opened the portal and left. "You guys go back too. Now that the central divine kingdom is in a mess, we must suppress it as soon as possible." The two false gods of the main pagoda also looked at the main pagoda master and Wang Modeo. The two nodded, opened the portal, and left. In this way, only the four false gods and Mu Qing were left. At the same time, at the edge of the deity's island, the mysterious lady and the middle-aged man stood on top of a mountain, restrained their aura, and looked at Mu Qing and the others from afar. A moment later, the mysterious lady retracted her gaze and said, "It seems that Qin Feiyang and Rushuang's lives won't be in danger for the time being." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Why don't we take the opportunity to enter the deity's city and rescue Yishu? Those two things are here, and the strongest person in the main pagoda is a 9-star combat emperor. It's indeed a good opportunity. But we can't get in. Because the cell where Yishu is imprisoned is not an ordinary cell. It can only be opened with a key. And there's only one key to open that cell, and it's with those two old things." The mysterious lady looked at the two false gods of the main pagoda, and her eyes flashed coldly. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, "Fine. Anyway, you're more familiar with the main pagoda than I am. We'll do whatever you say. Let's recuperate first. We'll wait for an opportunity to act when we're better." The mysterious lady said. The middle-aged man nodded. Then, the two of them sat cross-legged on the ground and took out healing pills. They healed their injuries while monitoring the movements of Mu Qing and the others. Time was like sand between fingers. 5 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, buzz. The golden light curtain in front of Mu Qing and the others suddenly disappeared, and the golden figure turned into a golden light and rushed into the lake below like lightning. The 5 of them were meditating. When they sensed the movement, they opened their eyes one after another, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. 5 days. Including the day before, it had been 6 days. The golden light curtain finally dissipated. Yiglao and the others immediately got up and rushed toward the inland sea with Mu Qing. Wait. Mu Qing suddenly stretched out his hand. "What's wrong?" The 4 of them stopped and turned to look at him suspiciously. Mu Qing said, "It's been 6 days, and the inland sea is bigger than I imagined." If we look for him like this, we won't be able to find him. Yiglao asked, do you have any good ideas? Although I can't find him right away, I can shorten the time. After Mu Qing finished speaking, a strange light appeared in her eyes. A vast ocean was faintly reflected in her pupils, and there were islands of various sizes on the surface of the ocean. Soon, the light in his eyes disappeared, and he sneered. I know where he is. Where? Chapter 11:28. Mu Qing said, it's in the northwest of the inland sea. It should take more than 2 months to get there from here. So far? Yiglao and the other 3 frowned. I'm guessing based on my cultivation. If it were you guys, it wouldn't take so long. Mu Qing said. So that's how it is. It'll take you 2 months to get there. If it were us, it would take at most 2 or 3 days. Yiglao said. For us now, 2 or 3 days is too long. Let's just teleport there directly. Mu Qing said. Teleport? The 2 false gods were stunned. Wasn't it impossible to open a portal in the inland sea? Mu Qing looked at the 2 of them and waved his hand. An ancient stone gate appeared. Looking at the stone gate, Yiglao's eyes lit up and said, yes, we can use the gate of time and space. The gate of time and space. The 2 false gods stared at the stone gate with a fiery light in their eyes. Obviously, they also knew the magical use of the gate of time and space. Suddenly, one of them frowned and said, no, this is not the real gate of time and space. Mu Qing didn't explain. He directly handed the gate of time and space to Yiglao and gave Yiglao a coordinate. Yiglao waved his hand and the power of the false god surged. With a clang, the gate of time and space was instantly awakened. The old man in the white robe said, let's go. No matter what, we have to catch him today. I know Qin Feiyang. He's very good at hide and seek. So, we must leave someone to guard the island. Also, the mysterious lady won't sit back and do nothing. Someone guarding this place can stop her from entering the inland sea and rescuing Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing said. As soon as these words came out, Yiglao, the old man in the white robe, and the 2 false gods of the main tower all fell silent. Mu Qing's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at the 2 old men and said, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, the Mu family really doesn't covet the divine crystals. The 2 of them frowned. One of them said, how about this? To avoid unnecessary suspicion, each of us will leave 1 person to guard this place. Sure. Mu Qing nodded. He turned to the white-robed old man and said, Ancestor, the middle-aged man beside the mysterious madam is very strong. Only you can stop him, so I'll have to trouble you to stay and guard the place. No problem. The white-robed old man nodded. The 2 people from the main pagoda looked at each other, and one of them said, I'll stay. You go. The other person nodded. Then let's go. Mu Qing waved his hand and took the lead to step into the gate of time and space. He looked like a leader. Yiglao and the person from the main pagoda also entered the gate of time and space. The next moment, Mu Qing and the other 2 arrived in the sky above a sea. This place was most likely over 10,000 kilometers away from the demonic island. To ordinary people, a distance of over 10,000 miles was an unreachable distance. But to false gods, it was just a matter of hours. Mu Qing glanced at the vast sea and looked at the person from the main pagoda. He said, Senior, let's split up. You go to the northwest and we'll go to the southwest. Once we find him, we'll send a signal immediately. The old man nodded and turned to the northwest. Yiglao frowned and said, Qing, didn't you just say that Qin Feiyang is in the northwest? Why did you let him go? Mu Qing smiled and said, Ancestor, I lied to them. In fact, Qin Feiyang is in the southwest. Yiglao was stunned, then he shook his head and smiled. I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Not bad, we didn't misjudge you. You will definitely be the pillar of the Mu family in the future. Mu Qing rubbed his head and smiled. Let's go. Don't waste time. Okay. Old E nodded. Then he brought Mu Qing along as they headed towards the southwest direction. At the same time, he used his divine perception to search the sea region. He didn't even let go of the deep sea. And the Devil's Island was in the southwest. At the same time, in the sky above a sea, a man and a woman stood side by side, scanning the island in front of them with solemn expressions. On the island, there were piles of bones. It was like hell. This man and woman were Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Back then, Wang Yu drove the Sage King ship. Whether it was from the God's Island to the Devil's Island or from the Devil's Island to the God's Island, it took an entire month. But now, under the lead of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Qin Feiyang only took 5 days to arrive at the Devil's Island. This speed could be said to be heaven and earth. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion sighed, "I didn't expect that there would be such a dangerous place hidden in the inner sea." "Have you never been to the inner sea?" Qin Feiyang asked. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. She frowned and said, "Are we really going to enter this place?" Qin Feiyang said, "If we really reach a dead end, this place is undoubtedly the best place to escape. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been with you." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was rather regretful. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's too late to regret now. You've already boarded my pirate ship." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He turned to look at an island near the Devil's Island and said, "Let's go over there and rest." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded. The 6 days of being on the run had indeed exhausted her. However, just as the two of them turned around and were about to fly towards the island, the image crystal of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion rang. It should be a message from Mother. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was secretly delighted and immediately took out the image crystal. In the blink of an eye, a shadow appeared. Who else could it be but the mysterious lady? The mysterious lady looked at the two of them and asked, "Are you currently in the southwest of the inner sea?" "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Looks like that kid from the Mu family didn't make a mistake." The mysterious lady's eyes darkened slightly. "Mu Qing?" Qin Feiyang said. "In the inner sea, his heavenly eye can't predict your exact location, but he can predict your approximate location. Now they have already entered the inner sea, and they used the space-time gate to directly teleport in." The mysterious lady said. "What?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed and said, "Then, the Mermaid Emperor's divine sense has disappeared." The mysterious lady nodded. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, "Then hurry up and come in to save us." The white-robed old man and the other fake god of the main tower are guarding the island. With the white-robed old man here, we can't enter at all. The mysterious lady said solemnly. "The white-robed old man is guarding?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "This should be Mu Qing's idea, right? He has already predicted that we will come to save you, so he specifically asked the white-robed old man to stay on the island. To be honest, I really have to look at that kid from the Mu family in a different light now. No matter what he does it flawlessly, almost as good as you. I really regret that I didn't kill him earlier." The mysterious lady sighed. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said helplessly, "It's too late to say anything now, we can only think of a way ourselves." "Then it's up to you, you must bring my daughter out alive." The mysterious lady said. Qin Feiyang nodded, but suddenly frowned and said, "Your daughter?" The mysterious lady was also stunned, looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and asked, "Rushuang, haven't you told him yet?" "No." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head. Listening to the conversation between the two, Qin Feiyang was dumbstruck, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually the daughter of the mysterious lady? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at Qin Feiyang and said unhappily, "What kind of expression is that? I am her daughter, is it that unbelievable?" "It's not unbelievable, it's just that I can't accept it." Qin Feiyang muttered. Like mother, like daughter. It seemed that he had to be careful of this woman in the future. Suddenly, the middle-aged man next to the mysterious lady asked, "Where are you guys now?" "Devil's Island," Qin Feiyang said. "What?" You guys aren't planning to enter the Devil's Island, are you? The middle-aged man's expression changed. Do we have any other choice now? Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. The middle-aged man said, You can't act recklessly, even I don't dare to rashly step into the Devil's Island. With your cultivation, once you enter, you will definitely die. Will we definitely die? Not necessarily. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the Devil's Island and muttered to himself. After the conversation ended, Qin Feiyang looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked curiously, If your mother is her, then who is your father? I say, do you know how dangerous our current situation is? You still have the mood to ask these questions? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was furious. Qin Feiyang said, I was thinking, since you and your mother are so strong, then your father must be even stronger. If we go find him, then wouldn't we be saved? My father. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion raised her eyebrows and said expressionlessly, He is already dead. Qin Feiyang was startled and laughed embarrassedly. Sorry, I mentioned something that hurts you. It's fine. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head. Qin Feiyang said again, Then can you let me see your true appearance? You're not finished, are you? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately gnashed her teeth. I won't say any more. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, then turned his head to look at the Devil's Island again. Were they really going to enter this place? But other than this, where else could help them escape this calamity? The greatest pain in the world was knowing that one was going to die, but one could only wait helplessly for death. Qin Feiyang was in such a mood right now. Torture, torment, and unceasing destruction of his spirit. He had thought of the concealment technique and the ancient castle, but none of them worked. As expected, one still needed to be strong. No matter how powerful external objects were, they could only solve the urgent situation for a while. Time passed breath by breath. After an unknown period of time, a terrifying divine sense suddenly enveloped them. It's here. Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion immediately had gloomy expressions. At the same time, in the sky above the distant sea, Yigleo's face revealed a trace of joy, and said, Qing, we found them. Where is it? Mu Qing's spirit was lifted. Next to an island in front. But I also know that island. It's called the Devil's Island, and it's not a good place. Yigleo said, Devil's Island? Mu Qing frowned, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and said in surprise, It can't be that Devil's Island that deprives one's vitality and lifespan, right? That's it. Yigleo nodded. Mu Qing smiled coldly and urged, Hurry up and get there. Yigleo immediately sped up, streaking across the sky like lightning, setting off huge waves. Chapter 1129. Accompanied by two air-piercing sounds, Mu Qing and Yigleo landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, You guys came really fast. It seemed like a compliment, but it was actually a mockery. And at this moment, he and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house were standing at the edge of the Devil's Island. As long as they turned around and took a step, they would be able to enter the Devil's Island. Standing here was to prevent Yigleo from using his pressure to imprison them. And Mu Qing was not a fool, so he naturally understood the meaning behind Qin Feiyang's words. He snorted coldly, If it wasn't for the Mermaid Emperor's divine sense blocking the way, you would have already become a prisoner. What's there to be proud of? Qin Feiyang laughed. This means that I have good relations with people. No matter where I go, there are people to get along with me. You have good relations with people? Mu Qing's expression was extremely strange. Whether it was his Mu family or the main tower, they were all chasing after this person. There was no place for this person on the Forgotten Continent. And in the Great Qin Empire, he was also the enemy of the entire world. What kind of good relations was this? Was this a joke? Cut the crap. Now that you have nowhere to go, give me the divine crystal, I promise to give you a way out. Not only that, my Mu family will also do our best to protect you. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Think about it carefully. Mu Qing said. Qin Feiyang laughed. Good suggestion, but I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to make me lower my head to you. Mu Qing said angrily, do you have a choice now? Unless you want to enter the Devil's Island behind you. Sorry, I really do plan to do so. Qin Feiyang grabbed the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and turned around to step into the Devil's Island. Immediately, a mysterious force enveloped them. This force was all-pervasive, drilling into their bodies. The two of them immediately felt that the qi and blood in their bodies began to flow crazily. What a madman! Ancestor, quickly see if you can take them out? Mu Qing hurriedly shouted. Yigleo's body shook, and a mighty divine aura surged out, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang and Huang Xiaolong. However, when the divine might reached the edge of the demonic island, it was repelled by an invisible force. Yigleo shook his head and transmitted, what should we do now? We still need him. If he dies here then, Qin Feiyang, we can discuss this slowly. Don't do anything stupid. Get out of here. Before Yigleo could finish, Mu Qing shouted anxiously. Qin Feiyang ignored him. He looked at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young miss and said, this place is too dangerous. Go hide in the castle first. In just a short while, the eyes of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young miss turned turbid and weak. One could imagine that the face under the veil was definitely aging. What about you? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was worried. I'll think of a way. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, and then sent the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to the castle. He tentatively took a step back and immediately felt an invisible force blocking his back. This was enough to show that the Devil Island could only be entered and not exited. Mu Qing stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang's back and roared, did you hear me? Come out. I can't get out. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head, looking at the center of the island, his eyes flickering. In the middle of the island, there was a dark red mountain peak that towered into the clouds like a magic sword. He could clearly feel that whether it was the mysterious power behind him or the power that was robbing his body of blood and vitality, they all originated from that huge mountain. It seems that if I want to break through this calamity of death, I can only go to the top of that giant mountain to take a look. Qin Feiyang muttered, then decisively took a step forward and rushed towards the giant mountain. Bastard! Seeing this, Mu Qing was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as Qin Feiyang walked towards death step by step. On the island, the blood and vitality in Qin Feiyang's body was flowing out too quickly. In less than 10 breaths, he felt like he was about to collapse. Shua! He glanced at the giant mountain in the middle of the island and quickly entered the castle. At this moment, he already looked like a doddering old man. Boss, are you all right? Seeing Qin Feiyang's expression, Fatso and the others were shocked, and immediately stood up to surround Qin Feiyang. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The fused fire of life was quickly replenishing the blood and vitality that he had lost earlier. Wolf King said, tell us, what exactly is the situation on the Devil Island? Qin Feiyang said, the situation on the Devil Island is exactly the same as what Wang Zicheng said. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered. There was strength in numbers. Let's think of a way together. Looking at everyone, Viper sighed, don't think about it. Dan Wangkai and I know the Devil Island better than any of you. Once you enter, you will never be able to leave alive. Dan Wangkai nodded with a look of despair. Fatso said, there is nothing absolute in this world. There must be a way, it's just that we don't know. Suddenly, Lu Hong raised her head and looked at Fatso and the others, saying, did you guys notice that the situation on this Devil Island is exactly the same as the Black Dragon Glacier? Black Dragon Glacier. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. When he heard Wang Zicheng talk about the Devil Island last time, he thought of the Black Dragon Glacier. He didn't expect that Lu Hong would also think of the same thing. After a moment of silence, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I think I know how to resist the mysterious power on the Devil Island. Viper and Dan Wangkai looked at him in surprise. Last time, we were able to walk out of the Black Dragon Glacier. I believe we can do it this time too. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. After recovering a lot of his vitality and blood, he appeared on the Devil Island again. That mysterious power once again enveloped him. Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and a black light flashed out from between his eyebrows. It was the ancient castle. Please. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle and said with an extremely sincere tone. Last time at the Black Dragon Glacier, it was the ancient castle that helped everyone block the power of the Demon Dragon's heart and Demon Dragon's eye. Buzz. The ancient castle was silent for a moment, then suddenly flew above Qin Feiyang's head and shone down strands of divine light, enveloping Qin Feiyang inside. At that moment, Qin Feiyang felt that the mysterious power that was robbing his vitality and blood had disappeared. Swish. At this time, a blood-red figure appeared beside Qin Feiyang. It was the inner demons. He looked up at the ancient castle and laughed. I thought that I would have to stomp on it a few times like last time before it would be obedient. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The last time the inner demons stepped on the ancient castle at the Black Dragon Glacier, it was still fresh in his memory. The inner demons turned around and looked at Mu Qing and Yigleo in the sky above the sea. The expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. They thought that Qin Feiyang would definitely die if he entered the Devil Island, but they didn't expect the ancient castle to be able to block that power. The inner demons raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Yigleo provocatively, saying, Old man, your ancestor and ancestor are both standing here. If you have the ability to come and kill us? Ancestor? Ancestor? Yigleo was suspicious. You can't even understand this, aren't you too stupid? Look, I used to be called Ancestor Mu, so doesn't that mean I'm the ancestor of your Mu family? And I'm called Ancestor Mu, so I'm naturally the ancestor of your Mu family. The inner demons joked. Yigleo's face darkened, his hands clenched tightly, and his eyes were extremely scary. How dare you treat your ancestor and ancestor like this? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Sigh, forget it. We don't want unfilial descendants like you. The inner demons shook his head with a look of disappointment. Yigleo roared, Little beast, come out if you have the ability, see if this old man doesn't destroy you. The inner demons looked at him triumphantly and said lightly, Come in if you have the ability, see if this young master doesn't destroy you. Bastard! Is this how the descendants of your Qin family are raised? Elder Yi was so angry that his hair stood on end. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Yigleo, and said in a deep voice, You don't need to worry about our upbringing, you should worry more about the descendants of the Mu family. Mu Qing was stunned and said angrily, Did I provoke you? Are you talking about me? Did I talk about you? Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing said, Nonsense, I'm a descendant of the Mu family, of course, you're talking about me too. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, Is that so? Then I'll admit it, I'm talking about you, what can you do? Mu Qing gritted his teeth, blue veins popped out, he was extremely angry. If it was any other time, in the face of such provocation, he would have already done it, but now he could only endure. This kind of sullen feeling was driving him crazy. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were very happy. A dignified fake god couldn't do anything to them, what could be more satisfying than this? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, get out of here, you don't dare to come in anyway. Qin Feiyang looked at the two disdainfully, then turned to look at the inner demons and said, I have to go to the top of the mountain to take a look, you go back to the inner world. I don't want to go back now. Because I'm also very interested in that giant mountain. The inner demons looked back at the top of the mountain, his eyes flashing. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay, let's go together, but you can't stay outside for too long, your consciousness will dissipate. Whether it was him or the inner demons, as long as their consciousness left their bodies, they could only live in the inner world. Of course. It's not that they can't leave the inner world, but there's a time limit. After the time limit, their consciousness will dissipate. That's not right. Shouldn't you be eager for me to disappear? Why are you concerned about me now? The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang, puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Indeed, in the past, he couldn't wait for the inner demons to get out of here as soon as possible, but now he had a strange feeling for the inner demons in his heart. This feeling was like his twin brother, which made it difficult for him to part with him. The inner demons suddenly poked Qin Feiyang's back and laughed. Look at your expression, are you a little reluctant to part with me? Don't be mushy. I just think you have some value to me. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Don't forget, I'm your inner demons, I know what you're thinking. The inner demon smiled proudly and then said, okay, let's not talk nonsense, let's go. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Whoosh! At that moment, Chapter 1130. Sigh. Although I don't want to admit it, this child is indeed an amazing person. Yiglao suddenly loosened his clenched fists and let out a long sigh. Mu Qing said unhappily, Patriarch, can you not boost his morale and diminish our own? I'm not boosting his morale. Look at that inner demons. If it were anyone else, they would have been replaced by the inner demons long ago. But he has a way to get along with the inner demons peacefully. Yiglao said. Mu Qing was silent. But it's precisely because of this that we have to kill him. The mysterious ancient castle, the powerful six-word divine art, and that indestructible dagger. If this child is not eliminated, he will definitely become the biggest stumbling block for our Mu family in the future. Yiglao paused after every word, his eyes filled with killing intent. Mu Qing clenched his fists tightly. Although Yiglao's killing intent was aroused, he also expressed his appreciation and recognition of Qin Feiyang. He would not allow such a thing to happen, because in this world, it was enough to have one monster like him. He would not allow a second one to appear. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. Not long after, they stepped on the white bones and arrived at the foot of the giant mountain. The giant mountain towered into the clouds, its entire body glowing with a dark red light and emitting a shocking smell of blood. The inner demons reached out and touched the rock wall, exclaiming, "This is actually dyed red with blood." Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, "I think that the blood of those creatures who accidentally trespassed on the demonic island should have been absorbed by this giant mountain after they died." The inner demon said, "Do you mean that this giant mountain is a life form?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head and suddenly raised his arm. Battle chi surged, and he punched the rock wall with all his strength. Boom! There was a loud explosion. But the giant mountain didn't even budge. There wasn't even a single crack on the rock wall that he had struck. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. One had to know. Now that he was a 4-star battle saint, it was no exaggeration to say that this punch was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. However, at this moment, it was actually unable to do anything to a giant mountain. Something was off. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other and jumped up at the same time toward the peak of the mountain. Along the way, they carefully observed the cliff, but they didn't find anything. A dozen breaths later, the two of them finally reached the peak of the mountain. They stood at the edge of the cliff and looked ahead. The peak of the mountain was the same as the other places. It was completely devoid of life, like a land of death. Moreover, other than pieces of large and small protruding rocks, there was nothing else to be seen. Filled with suspicion, the two of them carefully searched the mountain peak. When they reached the center of the mountain peak, they were surprised to find that there was a tunnel entrance on the ground. The entrance was not big, only enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. The two of them walked to the entrance and looked inside, only to see that it was pitch black inside, like a bottomless pit. "Should we go down and take a look?" the inner demons asked. "Nonsense, of course we should," Qin Feiyang said. "Then let's go." The two of them were like newborn calves who weren't afraid of tigers. They directly jumped into the entrance and walked down the tunnel side by side. The tunnel was spiral-shaped and poured downwards. They didn't know where the end was. After walking for about 100 breaths, a rock cave suddenly came into their sight. The two of them were invigorated and quickly walked to the front of the rock cave. Immediately, they saw a cloud of black fog inside the rock cave. The rock cave was about 100 feet long. The black fog floated in the middle of the rock cave. It was as big as a dustpan. The fog lingered, giving the two of them a great sense of danger. The two of them looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. They stepped on the void and walked toward the black fog. They could clearly feel that the closer they got, the stronger the mysterious power that was isolated outside the ancient castle. Finally, the two of them walked to the front of the black fog. They felt that the black fog in front of them seemed to be sealing a terrifying demon. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The same mysterious power, the same fog. Why do I feel that this place is somehow related to the Black Dragon Glacier? The inner demons transmitted. Connected. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, "You mean, there might be a strange heart and eye in this black fog?" The inner demons nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and suddenly gritted his teeth. "Let's go and have a look." The two of them took a deep breath and stepped into the black fog. Immediately, the two of them stared at each other, full of surprise. In the black fog, there was no heart and eye as they thought. There was a piece of iron, about the size of a palm and as thin as a cicada's wing. It was completely black. And whether it was the black fog here or the mysterious power, they were all emitted by this piece of iron. And this piece of iron gave the two of them a great sense of danger. They even suspected that if the ancient castle suddenly left now, they would probably become a pile of bones in an instant. This can't be some kind of divine iron, right? The inner demons carefully observed for a while and suddenly said in surprise, "Divine iron." Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Divine iron was a legendary divine object, a necessary material for creating divine artifacts. But then, he frowned and shook his head. If it's divine iron, it shouldn't emit such a demonic power. But before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang's eyes focused. Looking at the surface of the iron, he found that there were actually small dragon patterns on the surface of the iron. Immediately, his eyes lit up and said, "This is not a piece of iron at all. It's a dragon's reverse scale." Reverse scale. The inner demons' pupils shrank and said in surprise, "What kind of dragon's reverse scale can release such a terrifying power?" Qin Feiyang was also pondering this question. Suddenly, the two of them trembled slightly at the same time. Then they looked at each other at the same time, their eyes full of horror. The inner demon said, "It seems that this place really has something to do with the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye in the Black Dragon Glacier." Qin Feiyang guessed, maybe this reverse scale came from the same dragon as the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye. The demon dragon mentioned by the Mu family? The inner demons asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. If that's the case, then this reverse scale is a treasure. Quickly find something to put it away, lest it be lost by the ancient castle again. The inner demons urged. Have you forgotten what happened last time in the Black Dragon Glacier? When the demon dragon's heart and demon dragon's eye disappeared, the mysterious power also disappeared. And now we can stand here and talk because of this mysterious power. If this mysterious power disappeared, then facing Yigleo's anger, I'm afraid we won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. The inner demons nodded. However, before his voice fell, the ancient castle suddenly dropped a ray of light, rolled up the reverse scale and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were stunned. After regaining their senses, the two immediately looked up and stared at the ancient castle angrily. As soon as they finished speaking, the reverse scale disappeared. This bastard castle did it on purpose, right? Damn it, what good will it do you if we die? The inner demons angrily cursed. Not to mention the inner demons, even Qin Feiyang, who has a good temper, couldn't help but want to break out and curse. However, the ancient castle didn't pay attention to them at all. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's forehead. Damn it! The mysterious power really disappeared. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and he quickly turned around, rushed out of the tunnel, ran to the cliff of the giant peak, hid behind a protruding rock, and looked toward the sea. It was very far away, but he could vaguely see that Mu Qing and Yigleo were still standing in the sky above the sea, without the slightest intention of leaving. The inner demons ran up and urged, "What are you looking at? Go to the ancient castle, or it will be too late." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand, observed Mu Qing and the inner demons for a moment, and said, "They don't seem to have noticed that the mysterious power has disappeared." The inner demons was stunned and also turned his head to look, only to find that Mu Qing and the inner demons had indeed not entered the Devil's Island. The inner demon's eyes flashed, and he chuckled. Then this is a good opportunity to escape. Yes. Let's leave quietly from the other side of the Devil's Island. Let them think that we are still on the island. Qin Feiyang also smiled, and without any delay, he immediately ran to the other side of the giant peak and then jumped down. The inner demons also entered the inner world. When they landed on the ground below the giant peak, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the mist of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion appeared out of thin air. It really disappeared. She looked at the void in surprise. The mysterious power is invisible and colorless. Mu Qing and Yigleo should not be able to discover it for a while. Let's go quickly. Qin Feiyang urged. The mist of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion hurriedly nodded, and then swept up Qin Feiyang, turned into a stream of light, and quickly left the Devil's Island, and then rushed deeper into the inner sea without looking back. About half an hour passed. Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, an old man in white clothes cut through the sky and landed in front of Mu Qing and the inner demons. It was the false god from the main tower. So you guys are here, how is it? Have you found Qin Feiyang? The old man in white clothes asked. Yigleo raised his eyebrows imperceptibly, looked at the Devil's Island, and said, "Found him, on the island." The old man in white clothes was overjoyed, and when he turned to look at the Devil's Island, his expression changed and he said in surprise, "It can't be, he went to this island?" Yigleo nodded. "This is the Devil's Island, isn't he afraid of death?" The old man in white clothes was surprised. "Of course he is afraid of death, but unfortunately he is not dead," Yigleo said in a low voice. At the same time, in the deepest part of the inner sea, two figures swept across the sky above an island, stirring up huge waves. It was Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. More than an hour had passed, and they had already gone far, and the sea beasts they encountered now were almost all the archbeasts. "We finally got rid of them." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at the sea behind her, and seeing that Mu Qing and Yigleo did not chase after them, she heaved a long sigh of relief. It's still too early to be happy. As long as we don't leave the inner sea, the danger will always be there. It can only be said that it's safe for now. Qin Feiyang said. Whether it was the real space-time gate or the fake one, it could only be opened once a day. As for the real space-time gate, Mu Qing and Yigleo would definitely not carry it with them. Therefore, he concluded that the space-time gate opened on the island must be the fake one in Mu Qing's hands. With only one space-time gate, even if Mu Qing discovered that they had left, even if Mu Qing could predict their general direction, it would still take some time to catch up with them. However, don't forget that Yigleo was a false god, and his speed was not something they could compare to. That was why Qin Feiyang said that it was safe for now. Why don't we take the opportunity to go back now? Although there are two false gods on the island, my mother and the others are also there. With them holding back the two false gods, it shouldn't be a problem for us to escape. Chapter 1131. No. We need 6 days to go back. 6 days is too long. With Mu Qing's cautious personality, I think it won't take more than a day for him to discover that we have already left. At that time, when he predicts our location and sees through our purpose, he will definitely make detailed arrangements immediately. In short, I don't agree with the suggestion of returning to the island. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Rather than saying that this was a great escape, it was better to say that this was a game. A game between him and Mu Qing. If he lost, he would die and turn into dust. If he won, he would leap over the dragon gate and soar into the sky. Then if we can't return to the island, how can we leave? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house asked. It was undeniable that what Qin Feiyang said made sense. However, the island was the only entrance to the inner sea. If they wanted to leave, they had to pass through the island. In other words, this was something that they would have to face sooner or later. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't panic, let me think about it." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house fell silent. She brought Qin Feiyang and continued to fly deeper into the inner sea. So, after a while, Qin Feiyang suddenly spoke. "I've thought of a way." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house slammed on the brakes and stopped in the air. She looked at Qin Feiyang excitedly. You said that it was my ancestor who defeated the divine beast here and sealed its cultivation. In that case, was the sealing formation here also set up by him? Qin Feiyang asked instead of answering. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, I think we can make a bet. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was surprised. I am the descendant of my ancestor and have received his inheritance. I think I should be able to break the sealing barrier here. Qin Feiyang said. Break the barrier? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house stared at him with her beautiful eyes. In the past, the Qin Emperor roamed the 4 seas and left behind countless legends. In the current world, there was probably no one who dared to say that they had the ability to break the sealing barrier he had set up. However, the person in front of him might really be able to do it. This was because he was the second person in history to possess the purple gold dragon blood. The most important thing was, at that time on the Divine Island, the appearance of the Mermaid Emperor's divine consciousness was also because of this person. This represented limitless possibilities. Qin Feiyang said, Let's go. Let's hurry to the border between the Endless Sea and the Inland Sea. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded and picked up Qin Feiyang. Then she took a mysterious step and tore through the air at lightning speed. This was a perfect support-type battle art. Qin Feiyang asked, Your mother has countless perfect battle arts. She should also have divine arts, right? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, Then why haven't I seen you use your divine technique? I didn't. My mother said that my cultivation is still too weak at the moment, so I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. She said that I should wait until I reach the semi-divinity realm before she will give me the divine art. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and sighed, You're really lucky. Why do you say that? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not understand. Qin Feiyang said with melancholy, I also have a mother who loves me dearly, but all these years, I have only seen her a few times. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked at him with a complicated expression and comforted him. Mother has also told me about your matter. Don't be depressed because sooner or later, you two will truly be reunited. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Oh right, after being together for so many days, I still don't know your full name. Is it convenient for you to reveal it? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was silent for a moment, then laughed, You can just call me Ruo Shuang. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. This woman was obviously hiding her surname. However, he was puzzled. What was there to hide? Time flew. Night fell. Devil's Island. That little bastard still hasn't appeared. Is he really planning to waste time with us? Yiglao looked at the giant peak in the middle of the Devil's Island, his brows tightly knitted together. Mu Qing and the old man from the main pagoda also had frustrated looks on their faces. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, on the left side of the Devil's Island, a sea beast with a low cultivation suddenly jumped out of the sea and barged into the Devil's Island. Mu Qing and the other two only casually glanced at the sea beast before looking away. But very quickly, then they realized that something was amiss. Impossible. Suddenly, the three of them exclaimed in unison and turned to look at the sea beast again. They saw that the sea beast was actually alive and kicking on the island, without any signs of life. How could this be? The three of them hurriedly flew over, but they did not dare to approach the Devil's Island. They stood above the sea and observed the sea beast at a close distance. The appearance of the three of them also frightened the sea beast, and it hurriedly fled towards the center of the Devil's Island. Even when it disappeared from their sight, the sea beast did not fall to the ground and die. It's actually fine? The three of them were dumbstruck. Suddenly, Mu Qing gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, I'll go and try. Don't I'll go. Yiglao hurriedly grabbed Mu Qing and shook his head. Mu Qing said, Then be careful. After all, Yiglao was a pseudo-god. If something unexpected happened, he would have the ability to save himself. Swoosh! Yiglao landed on the edge of the Devil's Island. Looking at the piles of bones, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped into the island. The moment he entered the island, all the hair on his body stood on end, afraid that something bad would happen to him. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. Even after 10 breaths, he did not feel anything strange. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of surprise. Sush. Mu Qing and the old man looked at each other and also landed beside Yigleo. He's really fine? The old man was shocked. Other than the countless bones under his feet, there was nothing strange. That's not right. When Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house entered the Devil's Island, we saw them with our own eyes. Not long after, they showed signs of aging. But why are we completely fine now? Mu Qing looked around, her eyes full of suspicion. Yigleo shuddered and said, "We can't care so much. Let's go to the top of the mountain and take a look." Mu Qing raised her head and looked at the top of the mountain. Her eyes flickered with a cold light as she muttered, "This time, I definitely won't let you escape." The 3 of them soared into the sky and landed on the top of the mountain like lightning. Yigleo stood at a commanding point and looked down at the top of the mountain. He shook his head and said, "There's no one, but there's a tunnel entrance in the middle." The 3 of them rushed into the tunnel without stopping. When they entered the cave, they still did not see any trace of Qin Feiyang. Their hearts immediately sank. Yigleo said, "He can't be in the castle, right?" Mu Qing shook her head and said, "It can't be that simple. I must have overlooked something." Buzz. All of a sudden, he activated his omniscient eye and spied on Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. Damn it. Soon, he roared in exasperation. "What's wrong?" Yigleo and Mu Qing looked at him in surprise. "He's already gone. I should have known. With the castle protecting him, he won't stay here and wait for death. And I was so arrogant. I thought he would continue to waste time with us here. Ha, I'm so stupid." Mu Qing threw her head back and laughed hysterically. "He's gone." Yigleo and Mu Qing looked at each other and suddenly burned with anger. He had actually escaped? Didn't that mean they had waited for nothing all this time? However, when he noticed Mu Qing's expression, Yigleo suppressed his anger and sighed deeply. It seemed that this matter had a big impact on Mu Qing. He stepped forward and patted Mu Qing's shoulder, comforting her. "Don't blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. He's too cunning. Don't comfort me. In fact, I've long realized that I can't beat him at all. It's just that I've been running away and unwilling to admit it." Mu Qing shook her head. Her face was full of self-mockery. Yigleo said with a smile, "Who doesn't make mistakes? Don't give up. The most important thing now is to find him." "That's right. We can't let them leave the inland sea. Immediately inform the people guarding the mythical island to take precautions. Don't let Qin Feiyang take the opportunity to slip away." The old man in the main tower said. "No, they didn't go to the mythical island." Mu Qing said. With Yigleo's comfort, he regained his confidence. "They didn't go to the mythical island? Then where did they go? Is there another entrance to the inland sea?" Yigleo was surprised. Mu Qing said, "They went deeper into the inland sea, but I can't guess why they did that." "Then what are we waiting for? Go after them," the old man in the main tower urged. Then, he rushed out of the tunnel and rushed toward the depths of the inland sea at his maximum speed. "If we go after them now, can we still catch up?" Yigleo muttered to himself as he followed behind the old man with Mu Qing. Mu Qing said, "It doesn't matter if we can't catch up now. It will be dawn in a few hours, and we can open the space-time door again." Yigleo's eyes lit up. He laughed and said, "That's right. As long as we have the space-time door, no matter how far they run, we can catch up with them." Time flew by. Midnight. The inland sea was shrouded in darkness. However, whether it was Mu Qing's group or Qin Feiyang's group, they could see everything around them clearly. Because at their cultivation level, there was no difference between day and night. In the sky above the sea, huge waves surged and strong winds howled. The auras of emperors filled every corner of the deep sea. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion flew with Qin Feiyang while pointing at the sea ahead. She smiled and said, "We're here." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked over. He saw an island several kilometers away on the surface of the sea. That island was very strange. It was only about half a mile wide and more than 10,000 feet tall. However, its length could not be measured with numbers. It was like a huge dragon that extended to the ends of both sides. That island is called Dragon Island. It is the boundary between the Endless Sea and the Inland Sea. It runs through the entire Inland Sea. And Dragon Island is the same as the Island of Gods. It has been tempered by your ancestor with divine power. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. Tempered by divine power? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. After being tempered by divine power, even if you bombard it, you won't be able to destroy it. Unless your cultivation level surpasses your ancestors. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said. I see. Qin Feiyang mumbled. More than 10 breaths later, the two of them descended above Dragon Island. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion waved her hand. A wave of battle aura appeared and pounced toward the void ahead. Buzz. When the battle aura reached the center of Dragon Island, a purple gold light curtain suddenly appeared in the void and blocked the battle aura. When the battle aura dissipated, the purple gold light curtain also disappeared. That's the sealing barrier. Chapter 1132. Qin Feiyang walked forward and extended his hand into the air. The purple gold light screen appeared again. A strong sense of intimacy arose spontaneously. Ancestor, is this your aura? Qin Feiyang muttered. Inside the sealing barrier, he could feel a domineering aura that made all living things submit. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house walked to his side and said, Now is not the time to think of someone. Quickly try and see if you can break this sealing barrier. If they couldn't break it, then their trip would have been in vain. Qin Feiyang restrained his thoughts. The power in his body roared out from his palm, rushing towards the sealing barrier. However, the barrier did not move at all. Seeing this, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house's face immediately paled. Don't worry. I believe it can be done. Qin Feiyang whispered. The purple gold dragon chi gushed out and rushed towards the barrier. A scene that surprised the two of them appeared. The sealing barrier actually absorbed all of the purple gold dragon chi. Could it be effective? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house trembled, her eyes burning with a strong flame of hope. Qin Feiyang could not help but feel refreshed. The purple gold dragon chi in his energy reserve poured out, continuously flowing into the sealing barrier. However, although the purple gold dragon chi was completely absorbed by the barrier, there were no signs of the barrier cracking. Suddenly, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, Stop. Qin Feiyang quickly retracted his arm and turned to look at her suspiciously. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said in a deep voice, In my opinion, by doing this, not only will you not be able to break the barrier, it will instead make the sealing barrier even stronger. Stronger? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This sealing barrier is also formed by the purple gold dragon chi, which is why it absorbed your purple gold dragon chi. In short, you are strengthening the sealing barrier by injecting the purple gold dragon chi. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was such a thing? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, Why don't you try again with the purple gold dragon soul and the divine dragon method? Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, the purple gold dragon soul roared and rushed toward the enchantment with surging dragon might. With a loud boom, the purple gold dragon soul crashed into the sealing enchantment. But in the end, not only did the sealing enchantment not break, but the purple gold dragon soul also collapsed, turning into purple gold divine light that was completely absorbed by the enchantment. Even that won't do? Qin Feiyang was furious. The first move, second move, and third move of the divine dragon incantation were all unleashed, bombarding the sealing barrier. Rumble. One after another, loud noises exploded above the Dragon Island, shaking the heavens and the earth. But the result was the same as before. The sealing barrier did not react at all. The miss of the Longfeng house sighed and said, It seems that you are thinking too much. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't waste time, let's go. If we are lucky, Maybe we can reach the island before Mu Qing and the others find out. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. That's the only way. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly, raised his head to look at the ceiling enchantment, and turned to leave. But just as he took a few steps, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? The miss of the Longfeng house was puzzled. Qin Feiyang asked, when we were on the island that day, how did the Mermaid Emperor's divine sense appear? At that time, I was busy running for my life. How could I remember this? Maybe he sensed your aura and appeared on his own. The miss of the Longfeng house shook her head. If that's the case, he should have appeared the last time I came to Qinghai. Because last time, I even went to the bottom of the lake to take a look. So, there must be another reason. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he fell into deep thought. He remembered that when he was running for his life on the island, he was seriously injured by the chief pagoda master, and his body was badly mutilated. And when he and the miss of the Longfeng house flew over the lake changed. This was definitely not a coincidence. Badly mutilated, the lake changed, divine sense, suddenly. His eyes shone brightly as he said, I know, it must be because of my blood. Blood? The miss of the Longfeng house was suspicious. That's right. When I passed over the lake, it must have been my blood that dripped into the lake and awakened the Mermaid Emperor's divine sense. Since my blood can awaken the Mermaid Emperor's divine sense, then it should be able to break this sealing enchantment. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he quickly cut the tip of his index finger, and a drop of purple gold dragon blood flowed out from the wound. Buzz. As soon as the purple gold dragon blood appeared, the purple gold light screen that had disappeared suddenly appeared on its own, emitting a dazzling divine light. The miss of the Longfeng house was stunned. This is the reaction of the bloodline power. It has sensed the purple gold dragon blood. Qin Feiyang's spirits were lifted. Previously, he had ignored the purple gold dragon blood. But in fact, the purple gold dragon blood was the real bond between him and his ancestor. Because blood was thicker than water. Under the nervous, perturbed and expectant gaze of the miss of the Longfeng house, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the sealing enchantment. Buzz. When the drop of purple gold dragon blood touched the sealing enchantment, a crack immediately appeared on the enchantment, and then it turned into a light door that led to the endless sea. It's broken. The miss of the Longfeng house was extremely excited. Even when she received the news that Qin Feiyang had snatched the divine crystal, she had not been so excited. Because this was a desperate situation. For the past few days, she had been in despair. Now that she suddenly saw a way out, how could she not be excited? Let's go! She couldn't wait to rush through the light door and appear on the other side of the sealing enchantment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He also stepped out, crossed the light door, and landed beside the miss of the Longfeng house. The light door closed. The purple gold light screen also quickly disappeared into the void, as if it had never appeared. I've finally escaped. He looked at the inner sea, his face full of hope. That's right. The miss of the Longfeng house nodded and took out the image crystal. Qin Feiyang knew that she must have informed the mysterious lady. As expected, not long after, the mysterious lady's shadow appeared and immediately asked, How are you guys? Did the people from the main tower and the Mu family catch up to you? The miss of the Longfeng house smiled and said, We have already left the inner sea. Left? The mysterious lady was stunned and frowned. We have been hiding on the island. Why didn't we see you guys? The middle-aged man also had a suspicious look on his face. The miss of the Longfeng house said, We didn't return to the island. We left from the Dragon Island. Dragon Island? What's going on? Why didn't we know that there was an entrance to the Dragon Island? The two of them were bewildered. It's Qin Feiyang. His purple gold dragon blood can break the seal enchantment. The miss of the Longfeng house explained the previous situation in a simple and clear manner. I see. Only then did the two of them come to a realization. The mysterious lady looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief and said, Give us the coordinates, we will go there immediately. The miss of the Longfeng house nodded. After giving the mysterious lady the coordinates, She turned off the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, "After we meet up with Mother and the others, we will be completely safe." Qin Feiyang smiled, looked up at the night sky, and said, "It should be early in the morning now." "Yeah, what's wrong?" The miss of the Longfeng house was puzzled. "After being chased for so long, I definitely have to watch a good show." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted as he took out the image crystal. Buzz. The next moment, Mu Qing's shadow appeared in the air. Seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "You still dare to send me a message?" He thought that Qin Feiyang was deliberately provoking him. Of course, Qin Feiyang did it on purpose. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's past midnight. Are you preparing to use the all-seeing eye to predict my location and then open the space-time gate to chase me? Are you afraid? If you are, then quickly surrender." Mu Qing sneered. "Afraid? You misunderstood. I sent you a message to tell you that there is no need to go through so much trouble. I will directly give you my current coordinates," Qin Feiyang said. After he finished speaking, he gave Mu Qing the coordinates. "What do you mean?" Mu Qing raised his eyebrows. "Nothing. I just want to help you save some time seeing how hard you are chasing me. Hurry up, I will wait for you here." Qin Feiyang chuckled and turned off the image crystal. "You really gave him the coordinates? Have you forgotten that the space-time gate can directly teleport them out of the inland sea? You just escaped and you are already like this. Are you arrogant?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house glared at him angrily. "Of course I didn't forget. And the coordinates I gave him are not the coordinates outside the barrier, but the coordinates inside the barrier. In other words, when they are teleported over, they will be inside the barrier," Qin Feiyang said. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned and said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I just turned off the image crystal and you scolded me. Did I have the chance to say anything?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. I'm sorry." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was rather embarrassed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "Actually, I have another purpose for doing this." "What is it?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned and asked. At that time on the island, Mu Qing was considered outside, and we were in the inner sea. He couldn't predict our exact location. And now, he is in the inner sea, and we are outside. That's why I want to see if he can use his all-seeing eye to accurately predict our current location," Qin Feiyang said. "There's no need to test it, right? Because whether it is our inner sea or his inner sea, there is a sealing barrier in between," the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyang said, "It's better to be careful. I don't want to fall." "It's better to be careful," the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house muttered. This little guy was too cautious. No wonder he could survive until today even in the face of so many strong enemies. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qing, Yigleo, and the old man from the main pagoda finally appeared. Looking at Qin Feiyang and Mu Qing raised her eyebrows and said, "I thought you were playing some tricks again. I didn't expect you to really be here." "Do you think I'm you? How can an honest person like me play tricks?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. Chapter 1133. Yigleo and the old man from the main pagoda pounced towards Qin Feiyang almost at the same time as Mu Qing's words. At this moment, Qin Feiyang stood in front of the enchantment, only a few meters away from Mu Qing and the other two. For Yigleo and the other two fake gods, such a close distance, wouldn't it be easy to capture them? Yigleo and Mu Qing had full confidence that as long as Qin Feiyang didn't enter the ancient castle, they would definitely not be able to escape today. However, Mu Qing felt a sense of unease in her heart, because Qin Feiyang's current behavior was too strange. Facing two fake gods, not only was he not nervous at all, he even crossed his arms in front of his chest with a playful expression. What exactly is wrong? Mu Qing muttered to himself and suddenly looked down at Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang was so calm, there must be a reason. Could it be that there was an ambush below? But no. At such a close distance, even if there was an ambush on the island, it would be too late to rescue Qin Feiyang. All of this was said to be slow, but the whole process only happened in an instant. Little bastard, let's see how you can run. Yiglao and Mu Qing had already rushed to the front of Qin Feiyang and the miss of Longfeng House, within reach. They laughed. Now, even if Qin Feiyang wanted to enter the ancient castle, it was already too late. However, just when the two of them thought that they would definitely be able to catch Qin Feiyang, they suddenly bumped into the void and fell down like a dog eating feces, looking extremely embarrassed. The purple gold light screen appeared. Mu Qing looked at the purple gold light screen in surprise. What was this thing? It could actually block two fake gods? Yiglao and Mu Qing got up, their faces were also full of disbelief. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have realized something as they lowered their heads and scanned the Dragon Island below. It was fine if they didn't look, but when they looked, their old faces suddenly became gloomy. What's wrong? Mu Qing looked at the two of them in surprise. Yiglao said, I didn't notice it earlier, but now I realize that this is actually the Dragon Island, and that purplish golden radiance is the sealing enchantment that seals the inner sea. What? Mu Qing was stunned. Didn't that mean that Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had already escaped from the inland sea and entered the endless sea? Brilliant, brilliant. At this moment, Qin Feiyang clapped his hands and smiled brightly. How did you get out? Mu Qing suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang joked, this must be a secret. How can I tell you a secret? Impossible. Even we can't break the seal of the inner sea, let alone you. Yiglao and the old man from the main pagoda also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, then I want to ask you, who set up this enchantment? Your ancestor, the Qin Emperor. The old man from the main pagoda blurted out. But after he said that, he was stunned. That's right. This sealing enchantment was set up by the Qin Emperor. As the descendant of the Qin Emperor, it was not impossible for Qin Feiyang to break this enchantment. But how did he do it? That's right, I am the descendant of the Qin Emperor. Can his sealing enchantment trap me? Qin Feiyang smiled proudly and looked at Mu Qing. It's obviously right in front of you and within reach, but you can only look at it. How is it? Is it fun? Are you deliberately playing with me? Mu Qing clenched his hands. I am deliberately playing with you. You've been chasing me for so many days. If I don't get back some face, how can I establish myself in the future? Qin Feiyang laughed. Mu Qing said, whether it's the great Qin Empire or the forgotten continent, there's no place for you now. That's not necessarily true. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, based on your cautious personality, after receiving my message, you should have used the all-seeing eye to predict my location, right? So what? Mu Qing said in a deep voice. Then I can rest assured. You're in the internal sea, so you can't accurately predict my location. And now, the space-time gate in your hand will only open tomorrow morning. In other words, I have 1 day to arrange my affairs. And 1 day is completely enough. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Qing was about to go crazy. He did not expect that all of this was part of Qin Feiyang's plan. This made him doubt his own ability again. Could it be that he really could not compare to this person? Suddenly, Yiglao sneered and said, don't forget, we still have the Real space-time gate. Then you'd better do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when we leave, it will be difficult to find us again. Qin Feiyang joked. Don't be too happy too early. Old enunciated each and every word as his eyes were filled with rage. Qin Feiyang shrugged, looked at Mu Qing and said, actually, I've already seen through it. You've always wanted to compete with me, but obviously, I've won. Mu Qing was silent, only staring at Qin Feiyang. But don't worry, we'll definitely meet again. At that time, remember to work hard. Don't lose to me again, that would be embarrassing. Qin Feiyang laughed and ignored Mu Qing and the other two. He turned to look at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked suspiciously, why isn't your mother here yet? I don't know either. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head and then said worriedly, did something happen again? Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. Time passed breath by breath. Mu Qing and the other two did not leave. because returning from Dragon Island to God's Island, even with Yiglao and the other 2 false gods, would take 2 to 3 days. As for the space-time gate, it would open tomorrow morning, so there was no need to do so. About 100 breaths passed. The mysterious lady and the middle-aged man finally appeared. Why did you take so long? I thought something happened to you again. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was immediately dissatisfied. How can there be so many accidents in the world? We just went to the Divine City to inquire about your teacher's situation. The mysterious lady transmitted her voice. How is teacher? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion asked. The mysterious lady patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, his life is not in danger for the time being." Then she looked at Yiglao and the other 2 and asked in confusion, "What's going on with them?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion glanced at Qin Feiyang and pursed her lips. "It's all because of this wicked guy. He deliberately called them over and teased them." Teased? The mysterious lady was stunned and asked curiously, "How did he tease them?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion briefly explained. After hearing this, the mysterious lady was speechless. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and shook her head. "Brat, you're really wicked." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. The mysterious lady shook her head and smiled. She glanced at Mu Qing and the other 2, then turned to look at a teleportation gate. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "All right, let's go." "Who exactly are you?" Yiglao asked. "Puma." The mysterious lady's eyes flashed coldly. "Don't worry, you'll know who I am soon." With that, she stepped into the teleportation gate. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the middle-aged man also walked in one after another. Qin Feiyang, next time, I definitely won't lose to you again. I'll bet everything I have. Mu Qing suddenly spoke, staring at Qin Feiyang's back, her eyes flashing with madness. "I'll be waiting." Qin Feiyang stopped and said without looking back. Then he entered the teleportation gate. The endless sea was vast and boundless. There were countless emperor beasts and saint beasts. And in the central sea area of the endless sea, there were more than 10 islands of various sizes. The largest island was thousands of miles long, like a continent floating on the sea. And on one of the islands, there were villages everywhere. It was hard to estimate how many there were. But there were no exceptions. Outside every village, there was a stone tablet with a giant golden tiger engraved on it. At this time, it was late at night. All the villages were closed, looking extremely deserted. At the same time, 2 men and 2 women stood side by side in the sky above the island, scanning the villages below. It was Qin Feiyang's group of 4. The mysterious lady smiled faintly. "All the tribesmen of the Sky Tiger tribe are here. You can check." "Are you sure they're all here?" Qin Feiyang frowned. There were more than 1 million people in the Sky Tiger tribe. He couldn't check them all. "Kid, am I so unworthy of your trust?" The mysterious lady glared at him angrily. "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang glanced at her indifferently. With a wave of his hand, Yan Wei appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Go!" Yan Wei nodded, unable to hide the joy on his face. He scanned the villages on the island, turned into a stream of light, and flew down. In a short while, the island became lively. Lights were brightly lit and noises could be heard from all directions. "Where are the divine crystals?" The mysterious lady retracted her gaze and asked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry. I'll give them to you after I leave with them." "Leave with them? Are you kidding? You can't even protect yourself now. How are you going to protect them?" Furthermore, the Sky Tiger tribe doesn't only have a few dozen or a few hundred people. There are more than 1 million people. How are you going to settle them? The mysterious lady, the middle-aged man, and the young mistress of the Dragon Phoenix house were all shocked by Qin Feiyang's words. "I know that too. But I can't be at ease leaving them here with you." Qin Feiyang frowned. The mysterious lady said, "Are you worried that I'll use them to threaten you one day?" Qin Feiyang nodded without hiding anything. The mysterious lady smiled helplessly and sighed. "Actually, I'm not as bad as you think." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at her suspiciously. There are some things that I can't tell you yet, but I can swear that I have no ill intentions towards you now. Furthermore, I won't threaten you to do anything anymore. The mysterious lady spoke very seriously and her attitude was very sincere. There was no trace of faking it. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Why do I feel like I've heard a joke? Brat, do you believe that I'll kill you?" The mysterious lady's face darkened. Why was this little guy so stubborn? Anyway, you've harmed me a lot. This time won't make a difference. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said indifferently, "It's actually very simple if you want me to believe you. Give me a reason to believe you. My head is about to explode." Chapter 1134. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at the irritated and mysterious lady, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You don't believe in Mother, but you should at least believe in me, right? After all, we can be considered friends in need." Qin Feiyang frowned. "I guarantee with my personality that what you think will never happen again," the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said again. Qin Feiyang glanced at the mother and daughter in front of him, his expression uncertain. Finally, he sighed deeply and looked at the two of them. "Wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he entered the castle and walked towards the iron box. Fatso frowned. "Boss, we risked our lives to snatch this. Are we really going to give it to them?" Hey, Fatso, don't be mistaken. The divine crystal was snatched by this emperor and Qin Feiyang. What does it have to do with you? The spirit snake emperor said unhappily. Fatso said angrily, "What do you mean by that?" Although Fat Lord did not contribute, Fat Lord is also risking his life with you. The spirit snake emperor laughed disdainfully, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Although Fatso is very shameless, this emperor agrees with him. If we give the divine crystal to them like this, we will be at a loss." "Then what do you mean?" Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. "Last time, we agreed that if we snatched the divine crystal, you would agree to this emperor's request. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. This emperor wants the divine arts. Of course, this emperor also knows that you don't have any extra divine arts, but now is your chance." The spirit snake emperor laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. This guy's appetite was not small, to actually keep thinking about the divine arts. "I understand." After looking deeply at the spirit snake emperor, Qin Feiyang stepped forward to open the iron box, took out the divine crystal, and appeared outside again. Looking at the divinity crystal in Qin Feiyang's hand, the mysterious lady's eyes lit up with desire. Qin Feiyang was even more surprised and asked, "Can you tell me what this thing is for?" The mysterious madam rolled her eyes and said, "Don't give me that. If I tell you, you definitely won't give it to me." Qin Feiyang was extremely helpless. He lowered his head and looked at the eye crystal suspiciously, then casually threw it to the mysterious madam. The mysterious madam was startled. She quickly caught the divine crystal and glared at Qin Feiyang. She said angrily, "This is a treasure, be careful." "How precious?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Don't try to trick me." The mysterious lady snorted and lowered her head to size up the divine crystal. Her eyes shone brightly. Qin Feiyang glanced at her, then lowered his head and fell into deep thought. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "Are you thinking about where to go in the future?" "Yeah. I definitely can't stay in the Forgotten Continent, and I can't go back to the Great Qin Empire. Where should I go?" "The world is so big, is there no place for me, Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang sighed. "Now you really can't stay in the Forgotten Continent, because the main tower and the Mu family will definitely not let this matter go. And although we want to protect you, facing the alliance of the main tower and the Mu family, we are powerless." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said. The mysterious madam put away the divine crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "I think you should return to the Great Qin Empire." But Qin Feiyang turned to look at her and asked suspiciously, "Because as long as you return to the Great Qin Empire, even if Mu Qin can predict your location, he won't dare to bring people to cause trouble. Moreover, it has been more than half a year since you last went back. Don't you want to go back and see your mother? The mysterious madam said. But you also know that the emperor's decree only said that within 10 years, my mother and anyone related to me will not be harmed. It didn't say that they won't kill me. If I go back now, I will definitely be killed by them, Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Let's not talk about the emperor, just the imperial tutor will definitely not allow you to continue growing. But I believe that with your intelligence, you definitely have the ability to deal with it. The mysterious madam smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. The mysterious madam said, Of course, this is only my personal suggestion. As for what to do, it is still up to you to decide. Think about it carefully. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said, No need to think about it, I will return to the great Qin Empire immediately. I knew you would make this choice. The mysterious madam smiled. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountain, but still heading towards it. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Qin Feiyang's way of doing things was a bit stupid, but she praised it. Because no matter what difficulties one encountered, one couldn't blindly run away. Only by bravely facing them could one become braver. What about you guys? Aren't you afraid that the Great Tower and the Mujia will come to trouble you? Qin Feiyang looked at the three and asked. We are all fake gods, what is there to be afraid of? What's more, now that we have the divine crystal in hand, even if they find us here, they can't do anything to us. The mysterious madam sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a strange light. The mysterious madam's words were not difficult to understand. With the divine crystal in hand, the world is mine. It turned out that the importance of the divine crystal was beyond his imagination. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, the mysterious madam raised her eyebrows and said, Boy, I advise you not to have any bad ideas. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, Now that I have given you the divine crystal, shouldn't you give me some reward? You can't let me work for nothing, right? Doesn't the concealment art count? And those perfect battle techniques I gave you before, were they all blown by the wind? So young man, don't be too greedy. The mysterious madam said meaningfully. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Although I don't know what the divine crystal is used for, I can imagine that even if all the perfect battle techniques are combined, they can't be compared to the divine crystal. Qin Feiyang sneered. The mysterious madam was a little angry, but she suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Feiyang proudly and said, Now that the divine crystal is in my hands, what can you do to me if I don't give you any reward? What can I do to you? At most, I will just curse you behind your back, saying things like burning the bridge after crossing the river, shameless things like that. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. How dare you? The mysterious madam's veins were bulging. Qin Feiyang said, What's there to be afraid of? I used to curse you behind your back a lot. Little bastard, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? The mysterious madam said angrily. Who are you to me? Will I be struck by lightning if I curse you? You think too much. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The mysterious madam was so angry that her body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with anger. Seeing this scene, the young lady and the middle-aged man hid at the side and snickered, their eyes meaningful. What about me? Qin Feiyang looked at the mysterious madam playfully. After this period of time, he did not find any malicious intent on the mysterious madam's face, so his mentality was relaxed. What about it? Sooner or later, you will understand how laughable your current actions are. The mysterious madam snorted and said, Don't say that I am unreasonable. I will satisfy you once more. Tell me, what do you want this time? Divine art. Qin Feiyang blurted out without hesitation. Are you deliberately looking for a beating? No. The mysterious madam was so angry that her teeth itched. The moment he opened his mouth, he was talking about the deity technique. Did he think that the deity technique was something that could be found on the market? Qin Feiyang said with a sneaky smile, Stop pretending, your daughter said that you have other divine arts. The mysterious madam turned her head and glared at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion panicked and glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. She looked at the mysterious madam and smiled embarrassedly. Mother, I was just saying it casually. You can't even say it casually. The mysterious madam shouted, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I don't have any divine art, but I can give you some more perfect battle arts. Cindy. Qin Feiyang muttered. Then do you want it or not? The mysterious madam said angrily. Definitely. It's a waste if you don't want it. Qin Feiyang hurriedly nodded, and brought Lu Hong and the others, as well as Wolf King and the other beasts, out of the castle. After coming out, everyone stared at the mysterious madam with burning eyes, like a group of bandits. What are you doing? Seeing this, the mysterious madam was extremely vigilant. She felt that in the eyes of these guys, she was like a delicious cake. Didn't you say? Give us some perfect battle arts? And this time, everyone has contributed to snatching the divine crystal, so naturally, everyone has to have a share. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. You, the mysterious madam gnashed her teeth. Why was this brat such a bastard? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, Mother, just satisfy him, or else he might really scold you behind your back. Sighed. The mysterious madam sighed helplessly, swept her gaze towards Lu Hong and the others, as well as Wolf King and the other beasts, and said, To be honest, I really have to thank you all. Thank you all for silently following Qin Feiyang all these years, helping him and taking care of him. It was your support that allowed him to reach where he is today. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Lu Hong and the others also looked at each other. Why did these words sound so strange? They followed Qin Feiyang, helped Qin Feiyang, and took care of Qin Feiyang. What did it have to do with this woman? On what basis did she say that she had to thank them on behalf of Qin Feiyang? The mysterious madam did not explain and continued, I will not treat you all unfairly. Right now, I will give each of you a perfect killing battle art and a perfect support battle art. Of course, I will not give any more to those who already have a perfect battle art. Then wouldn't brother be at a disadvantage? Wolf King was dissatisfied. Because it already had the fury of the Mad God and the Void Escape Steps, both of which were perfect battle arts. I gave you the fury of the Mad God and the Void Escape Steps, so be content. The mysterious madam rolled her eyes at Wolf King, looked at Lu Hong and the others, and said, What do you lack, tell me? I lack a perfect support battle art. Fatso was the first to step forward. Me too. Lu Hong nodded. And this emperor? The double-winged snow eagle also hurriedly said. Whether it was the double-winged snow eagle, Fatso, or Lu Hong, their perfect killing battle arts were all given to them by the mysterious madam. The black dragon snake, phantom snake emperor, and pangolin also hurriedly ran to the mysterious madam. It seems that we don't have a chance. Viper looked at Dan Wangkai and said with a wry smile. Dan Wangkai also had a regretful look on his face. As one of the 10 heroes of the Azure Sea, they even had forbidden arts. Naturally, they did not lack perfect battle arts, but after all, it was better to have more skills. Chapter 1135. A moment later, Fatty, Lu Hong, the two-winged snow eagle, and the other beasts all got the perfect battle art they wanted. Qin Feiyang also sent everyone to the castle. I can see that none of the people and beasts around you are good people. The mysterious lady rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. This is cute, isn't it? Qin Feiyang smiled, then stretched out his hand in front of the mysterious lady and said, What about me and Yen Wei? You still want it? The mysterious lady was stunned. Of course. I snatched the divine crystal from the chief pagoda master. You can't erase my credit. Qin Feiyang said. I really don't understand. The Qin Emperor is such an upright person. How can he have such a shameless descendant? If I didn't give you the concealment art, would you be able to snatch it? You still want credit? Aren't you ashamed? The mysterious lady was extremely annoyed. Qin Feiyang said, But you can't deny that I snatched the divine crystal from the chief pagoda master. Don't say anything. I'm afraid of you. I'll give it to you. What does Yen Wei lack? The mysterious lady said. She was afraid that if she continued, she would lose her temper. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, I gave him the Sky Demon 9 steps you gave me last time. He still lacks a perfect battle art. The mysterious lady took out 2 jade slips from her Jianghu bag and threw them to Qin Feiyang. She snorted and said, "Now don't scold me behind my back." "Of course not. You're such a good person. If I still scold you, wouldn't I be a heartless person?" Qin Feiyang grabbed the 2 jade slips and grinned. The mysterious lady rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang chuckled mischievously and lowered his head to check the 2 jade slips. The 2 battle arts were Tiger Taming Art and Dragon Rising Art. Tiger Taming Art had a total of 4 moves. The first 3 moves all had the lethality of a perfect battle art. The power of the 4th move was even stronger than the previous 3 moves. It had already reached the peak of a perfect battle art. Qin Feiyang was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that the mysterious madam would actually give him such a powerful killing battle art. But when he carefully looked at the soaring dragon art, his eyes suddenly lit up. The Dragon Rise incantation was even more powerful than the Tiger Taming incantation. However, what made it powerful was not the lethality of the soaring dragon art, but the fact that it could raise the user's cultivation by a small realm. Moreover, it could be stacked. For example, he was now a 4-star battle saint. When he displayed the perfect battle art, he could display the battle prowess of an 8-star battle saint. However, if he activated the soaring dragon art, he could display the battle prowess of a 9-star battle saint. If it was combined with the kill character art, it would be even more terrifying. The kill character art could be superimposed by 1 major realm. In addition to the soaring dragon art's minor realm, when Qin Feiyang activated the kill character art, he would be able to become a 5-star combat emperor. With the cultivation of a 5-star combat emperor and all his trump cards, he could even fight against a 9-star combat emperor. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the mysterious madam gratefully. His greatest weakness was that his cultivation was weak. The mysterious madam gave him this soaring dragon art. It was undoubtedly a timely help, allowing his battle prowess to soar. The mysterious madam smiled faintly and said, "It's getting late. Let's hurry up and leave." Qin Feiyang nodded, then lowered his head to look at the island below and shouted, "Yan Wei!" Not long later, Yan Wei soared into the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Do you want to stay here or follow me to the Great Qin Empire?" Yan Wei was stunned and asked, "What about my clansmen?" Qin Feiyang said, "They will stay here." "Is it okay to stay here?" Yan Wei was shocked and glanced at the mysterious madam and the other 2. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you have a better place to settle them?" Yan Wei shook his head. The main tower and the Mu family would definitely not let him go. If his clansmen returned to the 9 regions, they would definitely be threatened by the main tower and the Mu family. Other than the 9 regions, there was only the Central Divine Kingdom in the Forgotten Continent. It was even more impossible for his clansmen to go to the Central Divine Kingdom. After thinking about it, it seemed that letting his clansmen stay here was indeed the best choice. Wait, wasn't there still the Great Qin Empire? Yan Wei looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Can you let my clansmen move to the Great Qin Empire?" After being with me for so long, don't you know my situation? My situation in the Great Qin Empire is worse than here. Moreover, even if we can find a place for your clansmen to stay in the Great Qin Empire, we won't be able to move them over in a short period of time. Qin Feiyang said. Yan Wei frowned and walked to Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, "But I can't let them stay here." Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. "Even I believe them. You should also believe them." But Yan Wei nodded helplessly. Qin Feiyang said, "Then think about it carefully. Do you want to stay here? I won't force you. I respect your choice." "What's there to think about? Wherever you go, I'll go." Yan Wei didn't hesitate in the slightest. Qin Feiyang patted his shoulder. He didn't need to say anything. Then, he turned to the mysterious madam and the middle-aged man and cupped his hands. "Then I'll have to trouble the 2 seniors to take care of them." The mysterious madam said, "After being together for so many years, this is the first time you've sincerely called me a senior. It's rare." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and turned to look at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. "See you again. Take care of yourself too." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion reminded. Qin Feiyang nodded and opened a teleportation gate. In the Endless Sea, one could open a teleportation gate that led directly to the 9 regions. Let's go, Qin Feiyang said to Yen Wei and stepped into the teleportation gate without looking back. Yen Wei lowered his head and glanced at his clansmen on the island before resolutely turning around and following in. So, the teleportation gate disappeared from everyone's sight. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion retracted her gaze and looked at the mysterious madam. She asked in confusion, "Mother, why didn't you leave him behind? Now that we have the divine crystals, we have the ability to protect him. You haven't been with him for long, so you don't understand him. He has a fierce spirit that refuses to admit defeat. He definitely won't hide in one place just because some strong enemies have appeared. Furthermore, I don't want him to stay here either, because this won't do him any good. Instead, it will restrict his growth. The outside world is his stage." The mysterious madam laughed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded and said with a smile, "Back then, you tried every possible means to kill him, but now, you're thinking for him everywhere. It really is as the old saying goes, the world is unpredictable." That's right. Back then, who would have thought that this little fellow was his descendant? The mysterious madam raised her head and looked at the pitch-black night sky. It was unknown what past events she had recalled, but her expression was extremely melancholic. The first area. Above a glacier. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei appeared out of thin air. Yen Wei looked around and asked suspiciously, "Where is this?" "Look below." Qin Feiyang scanned the area below. Yen Wei looked down and a lake entered his line of sight. The lake wasn't very big, and there was a thick layer of ice on the surface of the lake. White mist rose, and the cold air was oppressive. Qin Feiyang said, "Right now, we are in the first area, and the teleportation altar that leads to the Great Qin Empire is under this ice lake." Yen Wei's eyes suddenly revealed a strange light. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Qin Feiyang asking, "Wasn't the Heavenly Spiral tribe also sent here? Why don't we go look for them?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, shook his head and smiled. "If you didn't remind me, I would have really forgotten about them." Shua. Finished. With a wave of his hand, Fatso appeared and said, "The fate of the Heavenly Spiral tribe is completely up to you. Do as you see fit. Back then, the leader of the Heavenly Spiral tribe almost killed you. We definitely can't let it go just like that." Fatso's eyes flashed with killing intent. "I understand. Yen Wei, accompany him. Remember, you must be careful," Qin Feiyang reminded. Although Mu Qing was trapped in the inland sea and could only come out in the early hours of the morning, he could still predict his approximate location. The most important thing was that the white-robed old man didn't enter the inland sea. This was what worried him. When Mu Qing predicted his approximate location, he would definitely let the white-robed old man chase after him. Although the white-robed old man was in the Central Divine Kingdom and couldn't directly open the portal to the first area, don't forget that the Mu family still had a real space-time portal. So, he couldn't let his guard down now. Fatso naturally thought of this and nodded to Qin Feiyang, turned around and flew away with Yen Wei. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying aura descended above the 3 of them. Qin Feiyang was startled and quickly raised his head to look. Fatso and Qin Feiyang also hurriedly braked and stopped in the void, looking up at the sky. Immediately, the 3 of them changed color. They saw an old man appear out of thin air in the sky. He had white hair and wore a long robe. His aura was unfathomable. Who else could it be but the white-robed old man? How did he catch up so quickly? He even knows our exact location? Could it be that Mu Qing has already left the inland sea? Fatso and Yen Wei were bewildered. Mu Qing must have predicted our approximate location and sensed our purpose. Therefore, he asked him to come here directly to intercept us. This bastard, I really don't dare to be careless for a moment. Let's go. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. He turned into a stream of light and plunged into the ice lake below. Fatso and Qin Feiyang didn't dare to hesitate and immediately dived into the ice lake. Sure enough, he's here. The white-robed old man smiled coldly. Terrifying divine power poured down and pounced on Qin Feiyang and the other two. Boom! The entire ice lake instantly exploded. It's over! Feeling the surging divine power, Yan Wei and Fatso's hearts sank. If they were imprisoned by this divine power, they wouldn't be able to break out even if they opened the door of potential. However, Qin Feiyang was very calm. He stared at the bottom of the lake, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, he grabbed Fatso and Qin Feiyang and instantly disappeared without a trace. Inside the ancient castle. What are we doing in the ancient castle? If we're trapped here, won't we be doomed? Yan Wei looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Fatso was also suspicious. However, as if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes flashed. He looked at Yan Wei and smiled. Don't worry, let's wait for a good show. Qin Feiyang was also full of smiles. A good show? Chapter 1136. At the same time, outside the ice lake, after Qin Feiyang and the other two entered the castle, the white-robed old man's divine might went straight to the bottom of the lake. Who dares to disturb my meditation? Immediately, a pleasant voice sounded from the bottom of the lake, but it was filled with a bone-piercing chill. Following closely, a mighty divine might rushed out from the bottom of the lake, like a torrent of beasts, rolling up monstrous waves and pouncing towards the white-robed old man standing in the air. The white-robed old man was surprised. Not good. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he retreated like lightning. However, the speed of the divine might was even more terrifying, instantly imprisoning him in the air. At the same time, a huge snow python rushed out from the ice lake and floated in front of the white-robed old man. Its eyes seemed to be condensed from ice, emitting a great pressure. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. When the white-robed old man saw the snow python, his body and mind trembled, and he quickly apologized. If you didn't mean it, then you did it on purpose. The snow python looked at him playfully. I didn't mean it. The white-robed old man shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. Since you didn't do it on purpose, did you come here to court death? If that's the case, then I'll fulfill your wish. The snow python's eyes turned cold, raised its huge tail, and slapped the white-robed old man's body. The white-robed old man screamed, his body cracked on the spot, and blood stained the sky. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the glacier below. The snow python's strength was too strong. In front of her, even the white-robed old man who was only one step away from becoming a war god had no power to fight back. At the same time, on the surface of the ice lake, two heads popped out. It was Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei. Who is she? How can she be so strong? Yan Wei secretly asked, looking at the snow python above. His eyes were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang said, she is the guardian of the teleportation altar. According to my guess, she should be a real god. A real god? Yan Wei's eyes trembled. No wonder Qin Feiyang and Fatso said that there would be a good show to watch. What was the difference between a fake god meeting a real god and seeking death? Don't bother about them, let's go. Qin Feiyang called out and rushed to the bottom of the lake. This was not the first time he had come here, so he easily found the entrance and entered the cave below the ice lake. I didn't expect there to be such a place in the first district. Looking at the grotto and the teleportation altar, Yan Wei's face was filled with hope. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pointed his index finger in the air. Battle chi surged out and gushed towards the teleportation altar. Very soon, the teleportation altar was activated. But at the same time, the snow python transformed into a meter long and appeared in the cave. Greetings, senior. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly bowed. Yan Wei was also respectful. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The snow python glanced at Yan Wei, then looked at Qin Feiyang and jokingly said, Do you think that you can slip away from under my nose? Qin Feiyang looked a little embarrassed. Suddenly, the snow python glanced at Yan Wei and said to Qin Feiyang, You can go, but he can't. But Qin Feiyang wondered. The snow python said, Because he's not from the Great Qin Empire, he can't set foot in that place. There's such a rule. What about the Mu family? They also went to the Great Qin Empire a lot. Why don't you care? Qin Feiyang frowned. The snow python said, "That's because I didn't see it. If I saw it, I wouldn't allow them to go to the Great Qin Empire." You didn't see it? Qin Feiyang was stunned and immediately smiled. That's easy. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Yen Wei to the castle, then said, "Senior, you can't see it like this." The veins on the snow python's forehead jumped. Does this kid think I'm a monkey? Just when she was about to go crazy, Qin Feiyang spoke first. Senior, there's a problem that has puzzled this junior for a long time. What's the problem? The snow python asked. Qin Feiyang suspiciously asked. Why do the state preceptor and the Black Iron Army have a time limit to enter the Forgotten Continent, but I don't? What do you think? The snow python asked. Qin Feiyang said. This junior has seriously thought about this problem. This junior thinks that senior should be protecting this junior. Protecting you? The snow python was stunned and sneered. Boy, you're too self-righteous. Qin Feiyang frowned. Then senior, why don't you tell me why? Because of your ancestor. Only your family's ancestor has that much face, not you. Do you understand? The snow python said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It's actually because of his ancestor again. The forefathers plant trees, the descendants enjoy the shade. This sentence is really not wrong. Because of his ancestor, Gong Sun Bei let him go. Because of his ancestor, he and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house escaped from the hands of the chief tower. Because of his ancestor, they escaped from the inland sea. Also, because of the ancestor, the snow python turned a blind eye to it. Although he has never seen his ancestor, he doesn't know how much kindness he has received from his ancestor over the years. It's hard to repay. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang remembered the old man in the white robe and asked, Senior, where's the old man of the Mu family? He's kneeling outside. The snow python said lightly. Qin Feiyang was secretly speechless. Making a fake god kneel outside, I'm afraid that in the world, only this guy in front of him can do it. No matter what the reason is, I have to thank Senior for taking care of me all these years. If there's a chance in the future, Junior will definitely repay Senior. Qin Feiyang bowed and stepped on the teleportation altar, quickly disappearing. Repay, the snow python muttered to herself. But in the next moment, she couldn't help but be annoyed. Originally, she came to stop Yen Wei, but in the end, Qin Feiyang repeatedly changed the topic, and she forgot about this matter. Little guy, you dare to play tricks with me, just you wait, next time you won't be able to finish your meal. She snorted coldly, flew out of the cave, and landed on the ice lake. She saw the old man in the white robe, kneeling on the snow. The snow python looked down at him condescendingly and said, I just heard Qin Feiyang say that your Mu family often goes to the Great Qin Empire. The old man in the white robe tensed up. This is slander. Slander? The snow python sneered. Do you still remember the promise you made to me when you came to the Forgotten Continent? I remember. The old man in the white robe nodded. The snow python said, Then tell me. The old man in the white robe said, At that time, we promised that we would stay in the Forgotten Continent forever, and never set foot in the Great Qin Empire again. That's right. At that time, I couldn't bear it, so I allowed you to stay in the Forgotten Continent, but what about you? It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you also went against me behind my back. Now tell me, how should I resolve this matter? The snow python said lightly. Although her tone was calm, it was filled with a great pressure. The old man in the white robe's face changed. He hurriedly said, Master, we really didn't go there. It's Qin Feiyang who is slandering us. Please investigate. Still quibbling. You've disappointed me too much. Originally, if you were willing to admit your mistakes and repent, I would be merciful and let your Mu family live. But now, the snow python's eyes flashed coldly. Hand over the gate of time and space. What? The old man in the white robe's eyes trembled. The gate of time and space is the Mu family's biggest reliance. It can even be said that the gate of time and space is related to the Mu family's lifeline. Now that they want him to hand over the gate of time and space, isn't this putting the Mu family to death? The snow python said, "You can choose not to hand it over, but your Mu family will be destroyed today." The old man in the white robe's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly said, I'll hand it over immediately." As he spoke, he took out the gate of time and space. This is the Real Gate of Time and Space. Vast and mighty. The snow python looked at the gate of time and space, then looked at the old man in the white robe. "This is your last chance. Take care of yourself." After saying that, she flashed and landed in front of the old man in the white robe. She rolled up the gate of time and space and entered the ice lake without looking back. The surface of the lake gradually calmed down, and a thin layer of ice slowly condensed. The old man in the white robe powerlessly collapsed on the snow. His old face was full of pain and despair. This time, he came out with full confidence to snatch the divine crystal. However, in the end, not only did he fail to snatch the divine crystal, but he also lost the 9-star war emperor. Now, even the gate of time and space is gone. This loss is too great. It can't even be described as disastrous. He regretted it in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. At the same time, the hatred in his heart towards Qin Feiyang had already risen to an unprecedented level. Because all of this was caused by Qin Feiyang. Great Qin Empire. Butterfly Valley. The old man is long gone. Now, the people guarding this place are the invincible Black Army of the imperial capital. In the valley, the invincible Black Army stood straight with halberds in their hands. In a blink of an eye, there are more than 100 of them. Furthermore, these people were all battle saints. The strongest person is a deputy commander of the invincible Black Army, who is a 9-star war saint. A 9-star war saint is definitely the strongest existence in the 9 states of the Great Qin Empire. Because the strongest prefecture master in the history of the 9 states is not stronger than a 9-star war saint. For example, the ugly old woman Zhu Yu was only a 9-star war saint. In the years that the invincible Black Army has been stationed in the spirit state, the spirit state has never been peaceful. Of course, with the invincible Black Army, Wang Hong, the current prefecture master, is only in name. Swoosh! In the sky above Butterfly Valley, a white figure appeared out of thin air. It is Qin Feiyang. Who is it? Qin Feiyang didn't hide his aura at all. Therefore, the invincible Black Army stationed in the Butterfly Valley discovered him immediately. 14th Prince. However, when they saw Qin Feiyang's real face, they all changed color. Clang! Following that, one by one, they waved their halberds and rushed into the sky, surrounding Qin Feiyang. The void here was instantly filled with a murderous aura. They really think highly of me. They sent so many people to guard here. Chapter 1137. Qin Feiyang, you shouldn't have come back. Along with a loud shout, a burly man flew up to the sky. His eyes were as cold as a blade. Greetings, Deputy Commander. The invincible Black Army bowed. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the burly man and said indifferently, a 9-star battle saint is able to become the deputy commander of the invincible Black Army. It seems like the Great Qin Empire has exhausted its talents. How dare you? How dare you talk to me like this with your cultivation base? The burly man shouted. If it was in the past, he could only endure such undisguised contempt. This was because the person in front of him was the son of the Supreme Emperor. But now, this person was just a pitiful worm that everyone wanted to beat up. Even if he was killed here, no one would care. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, my cultivation base is not strong, but it is still easy for me to kill you. How arrogant! The burly man was furious. He looked at the invincible Black Army and shouted, what are you waiting for? Have you forgotten the Emperor's order? Kill anyone who sees this thief. Boom. The invincible Black Army that surrounded Qin Feiyang suddenly unleashed their aura and attacked together. The halberds in their hands emitted a monstrous light. Kill him, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. If he had heard this in the past, he would have been sad and pained. But now, he felt nothing. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. But he had not really let it go. He was in despair. He no longer had any hope. Without any extravagant hopes, naturally, there wouldn't be so much disappointment and emotions. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang moved his mind and Yen Wei appeared out of thin air. Leave no one alive. Qin Feiyang said calmly. Understood. Yen Wei glanced at the invincible black army that was charging at him. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom. The Emperor's aura exploded and shocked everyone. Everyone present was instantly imprisoned in the void. Including the burly man. It's a combat emperor. Why is there a battle emperor by his side? The group of people turned pale with fright, their hearts filled with disbelief. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, the last time I came back, I brought a group of fake gods with me. This time I brought a battle god back. Is it that strange? Everyone's heart trembled. That's right. Even a false god could be invited, let alone a mere battled arch. The burly man's face turned pale as he begged, Your Highness, I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. Don't kill me, begging for mercy so soon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Originally, he thought that as the deputy commander of the invincible Black Army, he should have some backbone, but he didn't expect that he would be scared before the battle even started. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said to Yen Wei, Keep him. All right. Yen Wei nodded. The formless emperor's aura was like a sharp blade. In the blink of an eye, it sliced through the throats of more than 100 invincible Black Army soldiers. The void here suddenly bled like a waterfall. Except for the burly man, no one was spared. All of them died on the spot. Seeing this scene, the burly man panicked even more. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him and said indifferently, I can spare your life. You betrayed the emperor and joined me. Yes, yes. The burly man didn't hesitate at all and nodded repeatedly. Such a spineless person deserves to be killed. Yen Wei snorted coldly. You're right, but he still has value. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. What value? Yen Wei frowned. Qin Feiyang said to himself, I have to ask him to take me to the imperial capital and cripple his cultivation. Understood. Yen Wei's eyes flashed. He pointed his index finger in the air and a stream of battle qi entered the burly man's lower abdomen like lightning. Ah! The burly man immediately held his lower abdomen and howled miserably. At the same time, Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands. A slave seal appeared and rushed into the burly man's head. Why did you come back? But at this moment, an angry voice sounded. A middle-aged man in white appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. He had a square face, a rough face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a black eye patch on his left eye. The aura he emitted was quite powerful. He was Wang Hong. Looking at Qin Feiyang, his eyes were filled with blame and worry. Qin Feiyang laughed, long time no see. Still smiling mischievously? Wang Hong slightly raised his eyebrows and said, Do you know how dangerous your current situation is? Does it matter? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course it matters. You were fine in Forgotten Continent. Why did you come back to die? Wang Hong said angrily. That I never thought that I was sending myself to death. Qin Feiyang said. You? Looking at Qin Feiyang's innocent expression, Wang Hong was so angry that he glared. At this moment, the burly man shouted, Wang Hong, I'm ordering you to take him down. Wang Hong glanced at the burly man, then looked at Qin Feiyang, his expression uncertain. Qin Feiyang sighed. Actually, you shouldn't have come out. If he didn't come out, Wang Hong could pretend that he didn't see him. But since he came out as the Spirit State's mansion master, he couldn't sit idly by. But I came out. Wang Hong said. Qin Feiyang said, You and the old man are really alike, but you are both blindly loyal. Do you know that? Wang Hong said, Blindly loyal or stupid, I am a subject, so I must do my duty. I really never thought that one day we would become enemies. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. I also never thought that there would be such a day. Wang Hong shook his head. Then make your move, I will also do my best to show my respect for you. Qin Feiyang said. Boom. The aura of a 4-star battle saint exploded. What? 4-star battle saint? The burly man's gaze trembled. How long had it been since Qin Feiyang caused havoc in the imperial city? He had already stepped into the realm of a 4-star battle saint. Wang Hong was even more incredulous. Thinking back, when this kid first entered the state capital, he was only a battle king. In just a few years, he had climbed to such a height, leaving others in the dust. However, Yan Wei frowned and sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. I can see that the relationship between the two of you was very good in the past. Is it really okay for you to attack without holding back like this? He could see through Wang Hong's cultivation at a glance. He was only a battle master. Facing the current Qin Feiyang, he was no match for him. I know Wang Hong's character very well. Hiding one's strength and giving in to him is the greatest disrespect to him. Qin Feiyang said to himself. So that's how it is. Yan Wei suddenly understood. Boom. Wang Hong's body shook and his aura surged out. Even though I know that I'm no longer your opponent, I still want to try. I want to see how much you've grown. Wang Hong took a step forward and threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. Then feel it carefully. Qin Feiyang struck out with his palm. In an instant, the fist and palm collided. Boom. With a loud sound, Wang Hong's arm was torn into pieces on the spot. Blood splattered across the sky. Immediately after, like a meteorite, he smashed into the butterfly valley below. Dust and smoke rose in all directions and a deep pit appeared. Then he never got up again. He lay at the bottom of the deep pit, his life and death unknown. However, there was a faint gratified smile on his blood-stained face. Qin Feiyang also smiled. Immediately, he turned to look at the burly man and said, You'd better not try anything because after being controlled by the slave seal, I can clearly peek into your inner thoughts and can even erase your soul in an instant. What? The burly man's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang said, Quickly take the spiritual sea pill and then take us to the imperial capital. The burly man quickly nodded and took out a spiritual sea pill and put it into his mouth. Qin Feiyang didn't look at Wang Hong anymore. He landed in front of a dead soldier of the invincible Black Army. He took off the armor and put it on. Then he swallowed an illusion pill and changed into an unfamiliar face. Time passed by breath. After the burly man repaired his sea of qi and wiped the blood off his body, he took Qin Feiyang to the secret chamber below the Butterfly Valley. As for Yan Wei, Qin Feiyang sent him to the castle. As for Wang Hong, Qin Feiyang of course would not really kill him. He just made him faint. After a while, Qin Feiyang and the burly man entered the secret chamber and came to the teleportation altar. Qin Feiyang looked at the burly man and said, You should have family in the imperial capital, right? What do you want to do? The burly man was surprised. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I just want to tell you, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will also be implicated. He was worried that this person was not afraid of death and appeared in the pagoda, exposing his identity in front of Old Man Qin. One had to know. Old Man Qin was not only a false god, but the pagoda was also located in the back mountain of the imperial palace. If his identity was exposed, he would not be able to escape even if he had a pair of wings. That was why he threatened this person so that he would completely give up. You're a demon, the burly man shouted. Qin Feiyang said lightly, Since you know I'm a demon, why do you still want to provoke me? The burly man held his breath and then sighed helplessly. Battle chi surged and the teleportation altar quickly recovered. Pagoda. 9 blood-red altars were neatly arranged on the ground, emitting an ancient and cold aura. Next to each altar, there was a stone tablet with different words engraved on it. Ling state, Yun state, He state, You state, Feng state, etc. The 9 altars were dim. Suddenly, the teleportation altar of Ling state suddenly shone with the resplendent blood light. 2 figures appeared on the altar out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the burly man. At the same time as the altar recovered, the pagoda's door opened rapidly. Outside the door, an old man with white hair and a white beard stood. His white robes were spotless and his aura was otherworldly. He was the guardian of the pagoda, Old Man Qin. Greetings, Old Man Qin. Qin Feiyang jumped down from the altar and followed behind the burly man. He walked quickly to Old Man Qin and bowed. Old Man Qin glanced at Qin Feiyang and then at the burly man, asking, "Do you have news of Qin Feiyang?" The burly man shook his head. Old Man Qin frowned and shouted, "Then why did you come back? Don't you know that leaving your post without permission will result in death?" "Spare me, Old Man Qin." The burly man knelt on the ground hurriedly and said, "I have something important to do and have to return home. Old Man Qin, please make an exception. I promise that it won't take more than 3 days." Old Man Qin frowned and said, 3 days is too long. 1 day at most. You have to return to Butterfly Valley tomorrow morning." "All right. Thank you, Old Man Qin." The burly man was grateful. With that said, he stood up and opened the teleportation gate, bringing Qin Feiyang in. But suddenly, Chapter 1138. Have we been discovered? Qin Feiyang and Old Man Qin's body stiffened. They stopped, looked at each other, braced themselves and turned to look at Old Man Qin. The burly man asked, "Old Man Qin, what can I do for you?" He was extremely nervous. Old Man Qin said, "I heard that the Invincible Black Army and the Kirin Army are very close to the Imperial Preceptor." Qin Feiyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Old Man Qin's question aroused his interest. At the same time, in the face of Old Man Qin's sudden question, the burly man was also a little unprepared. Old Man Qin looked at the burly man and said, "I don't want to hear any lies." "I don't dare." The burly man quickly lowered his head and said fearfully, "Then say it." Old Man Qin said. The burly man hesitated for a moment, looked up at Old Man Qin and said, "To be honest, it's not that we are very close to the Imperial Preceptor. It's because the Imperial Preceptor has a high status and we dare not disobey his orders." Old Man Qin said, "Then what do you think of the Imperial Preceptor?" After that, Old Man Qin looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You can also tell me your opinion." Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly shook his head, "I don't dare to talk nonsense." "It doesn't matter. There's no one here except me. And what you're going to say next, I won't mention it to anyone." Old Man Qin said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the burly man. The burly man also looked very embarrassed and didn't speak for a long time. Looking at the expressions of the two, Old Man Qin frowned and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You say it." Qin Feiyang said in fear, "Old Man Qin, I'm just an ordinary soldier in the Invincible Black Army. How dare I evaluate the Imperial Preceptor?" "Just say it. Why are you talking nonsense? Moreover, because you're an ordinary soldier in the Invincible Black Army, I want to hear your opinion the most. After all, the people who are in contact with the Imperial Preceptor the most are some commanders. It's hard to guarantee that they won't be soft-mouthed." Old Man Qin glanced at the burly man as he spoke. The burly man's eyes trembled. Old Qin's words could be said to have a profound meaning. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He cupped his hands and said, "Then I will speak frankly." Old Man Qin nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "This lowly one thinks that Imperial Preceptor is deceiving his superiors and concealing the truth with one hand." Old Qin's eyes instantly emitted a fierce light when he heard this, and he seemed to be overbearing. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How do you know?" Although the Grand Preceptor always says that he is thinking for His Majesty, many people know that he has a hidden agenda. Qin Feiyang said. "Continue." Old Qin said, "I won't mention those trivial matters. Let's just talk about Qin Feiyang. Back then, the Imperial Tutor guessed that Qin Feiyang might be in the Forgotten Continent. Logically speaking, he should have reported such an important matter to His Majesty as soon as possible. But he didn't. He directly sent the Great Commander to the Forgotten Continent to kill Qin Feiyang. This is enough to show that his motive for killing Qin Feiyang is not simple. There is one more thing. This lowly one heard that the Imperial Preceptor once went to the Forgotten Continent alone. Qin Feiyang said. Old Qin's eyes flashed. He was silent. Qin Feiyang also did not say anything. because he believed that with old Qin's intelligence, he would definitely be able to hear something from his words. For him, this could be considered a piece of good news. Because old Qin definitely did not ask this on a whim. He definitely already suspected the imperial preceptor. A moment later, old Qin waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can leave." This lowly one will take his leave. Qin Feiyang and the burly man bowed and saluted. Then, they opened another teleportation gate and walked in one after another. Inner city. In a luxurious mansion, in front of a hall, Qin Feiyang and the burly man appeared out of thin air. "Sir?" Outside the main hall, four guards were standing straight. Seeing the burly man suddenly appear, the four were stunned. "Sir, aren't you in the spirit state? Why did you suddenly come back? Could it be that you already know Qin Feiyang's whereabouts?" When they came back to their senses, the four hurriedly went up and asked. "There is still no news of Qin Feiyang. This time, I came back to take care of something. You guys guard outside. Without my order, no one is allowed to come in." The burly man glanced at the four and ordered. Then he led Qin Feiyang straight into the hall. After closing the door, the burly man turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "I have brought you into the imperial capital. Now, shouldn't you also remove the slave seal? Do you think I am stupid? If I remove the slave seal now, you will immediately inform the imperial preceptor and the emperor. Then, won't I become a turtle in a jar?" Qin Feiyang sneered. The burly man's eyes darkened as he asked, "Then, when will you be willing to remove the slave seal? Don't be hasty. When I am safe, I will naturally set you free." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The burly man said in a deep voice, "This time, you came back to see the Empress. But now, the Empress is imprisoned in the Violet Light Palace and is guarded by the Kirin army. Without my help, you can't enter at all." Violet Light Palace. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the burly man and sneered, "If you want to use this to threaten me, then you are gravely mistaken." With that, he took out the image crystal. Buzz. A moment later, a middle-aged man appeared in the void. He was thin but as straight as a pine tree. He wore a purple armor, and his hair was mottled with white hair. He exuded an aura of vicissitudes. And on his battle armor, there was an eye-catching Qilin pattern. That's right. He was the commander of the Kirin army. "You are." Looking at Qin Feiyang, the commander of the Kirin army had a trace of suspicion on his face. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for half a year. Have you already forgotten me?" "Haven't seen each other for half a year?" The commander of the Kirin army was even more confused. "Looks like I need to remind you." Qin Feiyang smiled. With a slight thought, he activated the slave seal. The commander of the Kirin army immediately held his head and cried out in pain. Qin Feiyang stopped activating the slave seal and smiled. "Now, do you know who I am?" "It's you. You dare to come back." The commander of the Kirin army looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Ever since he was controlled by Qin Feiyang, he had been trying to find a way to break the slave seal, but no matter what he did, he could not break it. So, when he felt the familiar pain, he immediately knew who the person in front of him was. "Come to my place right now. I'm at the mansion of the deputy commander of the invincible Black Army." Qin Feiyang then gave the commander of the Kirin army a set of coordinates. In less than 3 breaths, the commander of the Kirin army landed in the Grand Hall and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He asked, "You've reached the 4-star Battle Saint realm?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Good job." The commander of the Kirin army gave him a thumbs up. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "How's my mother?" The commander of the Kirin army didn't answer. Instead, he glanced at the burly man. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, "Don't worry. When this is over, I'll make him disappear from the spiritual state." The commander of the Kirin army narrowed his eyes and sighed. "Can you stop messing around? This won't do you any good. Do you think there's any room for improvement in my relationship with the emperor?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "Why not? As long as you lower your head and apologize, I'm sure the emperor will forgive you," the commander of the Kirin army said. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I lower my head and apologize to him? He's the one who should apologize. Qin Feiyang said. Alas. The commander of the Kirin army sighed deeply and said with a smile, although Her Majesty was sent to the Violet Light Palace, she's been doing well since she saw you last time. Her complexion is much better than before. Qin Feiyang asked, has he visited my mother? Of course, he was referring to the emperor. The commander of the Kirin army shook his head and said, are you disappointed? I've never expected anything. Why would I be disappointed? Qin Feiyang sneered and said, I want to see my mother. The commander of the Kirin army looked troubled. You don't have a choice. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The commander of the Kirin army nodded and took out a set of Kirin army armor and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took off the invincible Black Army's armor and quickly put it on. He looked at the commander of the Qilin army and said, last time, you betrayed me in the divine penitentiary and almost caused me to lose my life. Until now, I still remember it. If you dare to play any tricks this time, I will definitely not show mercy. The commander of the Kirin army smiled bitterly and opened a portal. He turned around and walked in. Wait for me here. Qin Feiyang instructed the tall and sturdy man. Then he turned around and followed in. The Violet Light Palace. It was located in the outskirts of the palace. It was very remote and only the unfavored concubines would be sent here. In other words, it was equivalent to the Cold Palace. Once the concubines were sent here, their lives were basically hopeless. This was why Qin Feiyang was so angry when he heard about the Violet Light Palace. Qin Feiyang and the burly man appeared in front of a hall. Greetings, Commander. Outside the main hall, the Qilin army was on guard every 3 steps and a sentry every 7 steps. They were extremely vigilant. The commander of the Kirin army asked, where is Her Majesty? One of them said respectfully, Her Majesty is inside. Open the door. The commander of the Kirin army said. The man turned around and walked to the door of the hall and pushed it open. The commander of the Kirin army strode in with Qin Feiyang. The decoration in the hall was very simple. Except for a table and a few stools, there was nothing else. It looked empty and cold. The only tables and stools in the room were also very old and shabby. But it was very clean and spotless. However, Qin Feiyang didn't see his mother in the hall. The commander of the Kirin army said, Her Majesty should be on the 2nd floor. Go up quickly. I'll wait for you downstairs. However, Qin Feiyang didn't move. He looked at the commander of the Kirin army with a cold light in his eyes. The commander of the Kirin army sighed and said, don't worry. I won't inform His Majesty and the state preceptor this time. You'd better. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He took off the armor on his body and took out a pure white robe from his Jianghu bag. He put it on neatly and then took a facial restoration pill. After that, he recovered his true appearance and walked towards the 2nd floor. At this moment, a woman in white was sitting at a wooden table in the hall on the 2nd floor. Although her clothes were a bit old, it didn't affect her temperament. Chapter 1139. On the table, there was water, flour, and sugar. The woman sat in front of the table with a rosy face, making all kinds of exquisite pastries. 2 maids sat beside her to help. One of the maids said with a smile, Your Highness, if His Highness knows that you make so many pastries for him every day, he will be so touched. Really? The woman in white asked with a smile. Of course. I just don't know when His Highness will come back. The 2 female attendants spoke, and there was a trace of disappointment on their faces. The woman in white looked up outside the window and said with a smile, He will come back sooner or later. Tada! Before she finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps. Someone is coming. Who would come here? It can't be His Majesty, can it? The 2 maids heard the footsteps and immediately looked up at the stairs outside with a trace of suspicion on their faces. Let's go and see. The woman in white smiled. The 2 maids put down what they were doing and got up to walk to the stairs. But after taking 2 steps, they were stunned. At the entrance of the staircase, a familiar figure slowly walked up. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The two maids looked at each other for a long time. Their faces were full of disbelief. When they rubbed their eyes and looked again, they saw that the familiar figure was already standing outside the hall. That's right. This person was Qin Feiyang. He stood outside the door and looked at his mother's back. His eyes couldn't help but warm up. At the same time, the woman in white also noticed the reaction of the two maids. She looked at the two of them in confusion and asked with a smile, "Who is it that made you so surprised?" "It's..." The two maids pointed at Qin Feiyang outside the door and stammered, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. The more the woman in white looked, the more curious she became, so she turned to look outside the door. Immediately, the smile on her face froze. "Mother," Qin Feiyang called softly, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Hearing this familiar call, the woman in white trembled and slowly got up. She looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze, feeling as if she was dreaming. "Mother, I'm back," Qin Feiyang muttered softly as he walked towards his mother. Even when Qin Feiyang walked in front of her, the white-clothed woman still hadn't come back to her senses. Wait. Suddenly, the two maids seemed to have thought of something. They stepped in front of the white-clothed woman and looked at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did he mean? The white-clothed woman finally regained her senses and looked at the two of them in confusion. "Your Majesty," His Majesty went to the Forgotten Continent. He shouldn't have returned so quickly. Furthermore, even if Your Highness returns, the invincible Black Army guarding the Butterfly Valley will definitely stop Your Highness and immediately report it to Her Majesty. But now, there's no movement from the Imperial Palace at all. So we suspect that he's an imposter. Qin Feiyang was quite surprised by the two maids' logical analysis. He didn't expect that the two maids by his mother's side were so smart. Of course, he definitely wouldn't be angry because of this. Because the reason why these two maids were so vigilant was for his mother's safety. In other words, these two maids were sincere and loyal to his mother's side. After listening to the two maids' words, the white-clothed woman's eyebrows also had a trace of vigilance. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He directly took out the Heaven's Eye Stone and held it in his hand. Time passed breath by breath. The Heaven's Eye Stone didn't react at all. Qin Feiyang's appearance also didn't change at all. "It's really you, Feng." The white-clothed woman looked at the Heaven's Eye Stone and looked at Qin Feiyang's face. Her eyes couldn't help but become misty. "Mother." Qin Feiyang put away the Heaven's Eye Stone and was about to dive into his mother's arms to enjoy the long-lost motherly love. But at this moment, one of the maids stretched out her hand and stopped Qin Feiyang. "What else do you want?" Qin Feiyang was a little annoyed. The maid took out another Heaven's Eye Stone from her Qingquan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang, saying, "I can't help but suspect that your Heaven's Eye Stone has been tampered with. So, I have to try again with my Heaven's Eye Stone." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. The joy of reuniting after a long time disappeared in an instant. He grabbed the Heaven's Eye Stone. A moment later, the Heaven's Eye Stone and his face still didn't change at all. Qin Feiyang looked at the two maids and said, "Sisters, do you believe me now?" The two women looked at each other. Ecstasy crawled up their faces in an instant. They hurriedly knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, his face full of helplessness. The white-clothed woman smiled and said, "Feiyang, don't blame them. They have good intentions." "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the two maids and said with a smile, "Both of you, get up. I'm no longer Your Highness. Don't be so courteous to me. In our eyes, you've always been our 14th Highness." The two maids got up and looked at Qin Feiyang with resolute eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at his mother's face. Indeed, as the commander of the Kirin army said, his mother's condition was much better than before. She looked full of energy. "Come, let mother see if you've changed." The white-clothed woman grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and sat by the wooden table. She carefully looked at Qin Feiyang from head to toe. Qin Feiyang remained silent with a smile on his face. A moment later, the white-clothed woman smiled and said, "You've changed. You've become more mature, more steady, and more charming." There should be many girls who like you. Mother, Qin Feiyang's face turned red. The two maids looked at each other and couldn't help but snicker. You're still laughing? Qin Feiyang stared at them. He had a lot of things to say to his mother, but he didn't know what to say after these two girls made fun of him. The two girls had been with the white-clothed woman for many years. They were loyal and devoted. When they saw Qin Feiyang staring at them, not only were they not afraid, they even stuck out their tongues at Qin Feiyang. They looked quite cute. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Your Highness, when did you come back? Why is there no movement at all? Yeah, isn't it strange? Did your Highness bribe the invincible Black Army in Butterfly Valley? The two girls asked curiously. Yeah, Feiyang, what's going on? The white-clothed woman also thought of this and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, How can I bribe them? However, I can still kill them. Kill them? I heard that the invincible Black Army isn't the only one guarding Butterfly Valley. There's also a deputy commander of the invincible Black Army. He is a 9-star battle saint. The two maids were bewildered. So what if he's a 9-star battle saint? Qin Feiyang sneered. The two maids held their breaths. Aren't these words too domineering? The white-clothed woman was slightly taken aback. Then, she carefully sized up Qin Feiyang's cultivation. Her eyes suddenly lit up and said, You've broken through to 4-star battle saint? Qin Feiyang nodded. So fast? Your Highness is indeed the #1 monstrous genius of the great Qin Empire. The two maids were shocked and their eyes were filled with admiration. However, one of the maids quickly said, That's not right. Even if your Highness is a 4-star battle saint, it's impossible for you to kill a 9-star battle saint. I say, why do you have so many questions? Can't you let me get along with my mother? Qin Feiyang was angry. Aren't we just happy? Since your Highness is impatient, we won't ask any more. The two maids smiled embarrassedly and retreated behind the white-clothed woman. Then they kept quiet. Qin Feiyang was extremely helpless. He looked at the white-clothed woman and asked in confusion, Mother, isn't it forbidden to bring maids into the Amethyst Palace? Why are they here? We have to thank the commander of the Kirin army for this. Yes, he's a good person. The two maids spoke again. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. When Her Highness was sent to the Amethyst Palace, we also wanted to come with her. After all, Her Highness has treated us like family all these years. We couldn't bear to part with her. But His Majesty didn't allow it. He said that the people of the Cold Palace didn't need maids to serve them. Later, the commander of the Kirin army came to visit Her Highness. Seeing that Her Highness was too lonely and bored here, he went to His Majesty to plead for Her Highness. After several pleas, His Majesty finally agreed to let us come over to accompany Her Highness. The two maids sighed. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists. As the saying goes, a day together as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Was there a need to go so far? Not even 2 maidservants? Oh, it's alright, it's all in the past. Don't mention it again. The white-clothed woman waved her hand and smiled. Looking at Qin Feiyang, she said, Tell me, what have you been doing in the Forgotten Continent for the past half a year? Qin Feiyang nodded. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he recounted his experiences during this period without holding back. The white-clothed woman was shocked to hear it. Her heart ached and she was proud. Her heart ached because in just a few months, he had experienced so many hardships. Her pride was because Qin Feiyang was able to survive under the pursuit of so many powerhouses. Just this ability alone was enough to leave anyone in the dust. It's all Mother's fault for not being able to give you a peaceful environment, causing you to encounter so many setbacks at such a young age. She blamed herself. I have never blamed Mother, nor do I have the right to blame Mother. On the contrary, I hate myself. Why am I so weak that I have to get permission from others to stay by my mother's side? Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his hands tightly clenched together. Looking at Qin Feiyang's pained expression, the two maids' hearts ached and tears flowed down. The white-clothed woman couldn't help but feel sad. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the three of them. Releasing his hands, he smiled and said, "It's not easy to meet Mother. Let's not talk about these unhappy things." "Yes, yes, yes, let's not talk about it." The white-clothed woman nodded, then looked at the two maids, pointed at the pastries on the table, and said with a smile, "Go steam these pastries and let Fei Yang have a taste." Pastries? At this time, Qin Fei Yang noticed that there were all kinds of pastries on the table. He asked suspiciously, "Mother, you're the only one here. Why did you make so many pastries?" One of the maids said, "Her Majesty made these especially for you." "For me?" Qin Fei Yang was stunned and said in surprise, "Mother knew that I would come back today?" The white-clothed woman shook her head. Qin Fei Yang was stunned and even more puzzled. She didn't know, but she made so many? "Your Highness, you don't know, but ever since you left, Her Majesty has been making these pastries every day. Because Her Majesty didn't know when you would come back. She just hoped that you could eat the pastries she made the moment you came back so that you could feel the warmth of home." Chapter 1140. Every day, Qin Fei Yang trembled both physically and mentally as he looked at the woman in white. The woman in white smiled and said, "Now that you've grown up, there's nothing I can do for you. I can only do these for you." "These are enough." Qin Fei Yang nodded hard. His voice was sobbing as he tried to control the emotions that were about to collapse in his heart. Although this was just a small matter. Anyone could do it once in a while. But day after day, year after year, he believed that no one in the world could do it except his great mother. Every single one of these pastries represented her longing and motherly love. Glancing at Qin Fei Yang, the two maids didn't say anything. They silently cleaned up the pastries on the table, feeling sad. Qin Fei Yang and the woman in white were also silent. The atmosphere in the hall seemed a little heavy. Suddenly, Qin Fei Yang gritted his teeth and looked at the woman in white, saying, "Mother, come with me." The woman in white was stunned. She shook her head and was about to speak. Qin Fei Yang said again, "I know Mother has her difficulties and can't leave the capital, but it's okay to leave for a while, right? I just want to live with Mother alone for a while, even if it's only for a month or even half a month." The woman in white lowered her head and didn't say anything. Alas! At this time, a sigh sounded. The commander of the Kirin army walked into the hall and looked at the woman in white, saying, "Your Majesty, if you just leave for a month or so, it shouldn't be a problem." Qin Fei Yang, the woman in white, and the two maids immediately looked up at the commander of the Kirin army. The commander of the Kirin army said, "His Majesty and the state preceptor won't come here unless something important happens. So as long as we don't say anything, no one will know that you've left. I'll try my best to hold them back and not let them come here while you're away. But what if they find out? Not only you will be implicated, but they will also be held accountable." The woman in white said, "Your Majesty, we're not afraid." The two maids immediately said in unison. The commander of the Kirin army smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. At worst, I'll be dismissed." The woman in white shook her head. She looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, "Fei Yang, I also want to go out with you and have a look. However, I have already killed Qin Zhong and Qin. I can't implicate them anymore. Can you understand?" Qin Fei Yang closed his eyes and nodded painfully, "I understand." "Empress?" The two maids still wanted to say something. However, the white-clothed woman frowned and shouted, "Don't forget who you are." The two maids turned pale and didn't dare to persuade him again. They took the pastries and left. Although the white-clothed woman was very amiable right now, once she got angry, let alone these maids, even the civil and military officials would be afraid. The Qilin army commander sighed deeply and didn't say anything more. He turned around and left silently. The woman in white looked at Qin Fei Yang guiltily and said with a smile, "Child, can you forgive your mother?" "Mother, you're too serious." Qin Fei Yang squeezed out a stiff smile and asked, "By the way, how is the little prince now?" The woman in white smiled and said, "Your father cares about him and takes care of him. Of course, he's very good." Qin Fei Yang suddenly stood up and said angrily, "He's not my father." The woman in white's smile froze. Qin Fei Yang immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, mother." I shouldn't be angry at you, it's okay. The woman in white waved her hand, but her eyes were a little sad. When would the grudge between this father and son be resolved? After a while, the two maids returned with 2 plates of piping hot pastries. The woman in white grabbed a piece of pastry and handed it to Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, "Eat some." Qin Feiyang nodded and took a bite. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with tears. It still tasted the same as when he was young. "Eat more if you like it." The woman in white smiled. Okay. Qin Feiyang held back his collapsing emotions. He picked up the jade plate and stuffed the pastries into his mouth one by one. His mouth couldn't hold them all. He didn't know what to say. But he knew that he had to finish these pastries. Because these were made for him by his mother. It was his mother's love for him. When the two maids saw this scene, they silently shed tears. They felt injustice for Qin Feiyang. He was such a good prince. Why did the emperor treat him so ruthlessly? He didn't want much. He just wanted to be with his mother. And in the world, which child didn't want to be with his mother? However, the emperor wanted to deprive her of even this. She had to meet him secretly. That was too cruel. The 2 plates of pastries were wolfed down by Qin Feiyang just like that. He put down the jade plate, wiped the tears on his face, got up, looked at the woman in white, and said, "Mother, I'm leaving." "So soon?" The woman in white was a little caught off guard. "I have something important to do," Qin Feiyang said. The woman in white got up and said, "Well, you have to take good care of yourself outside. Don't tire yourself out." "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded, turned to the 2 maids, bowed, and said, "I'll have to trouble you two to take good care of my mother in the future." "We will." The 2 maids nodded. Qin Feiyang knelt on the ground. After kowtowing to his mother 3 times, he got up resolutely and quickly disappeared from the sight of the 3. His Highness doesn't have anything important to do. He doesn't want to stay any longer. One of the maids sighed. His Highness's love for Her Highness is deep in his bones. He's afraid that the longer he stays, the more reluctant he will be to leave Her Highness. The other maid sighed in a low voice. Hearing the 2 maids' words, the woman in white trembled and murmured, "Feiyang, I'm sorry," back to Qin Feiyang. He walked down the stairs silently. Just as the 2 maids said, he didn't want to stay any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be reluctant to leave his mother. Now, as long as he knew that his mother was well, he could rest assured. "Why did you come down so quickly?" The commander of the Kirin army stood in the center of the hall and asked Qin Feiyang. But when he saw the tears on Qin Feiyang's face, he regretted asking that. Qin Feiyang didn't answer him. He said, "Help me keep an eye out. I don't want my mother to be hurt again." After saying that, he opened a teleportation door. The commander of the Kirin army nodded and asked, "What's your next plan?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His eyes were full of confusion. Then he walked into the portal without looking back. The next moment, he appeared beside the burly man, put on the armor of the invincible Black Army, and changed his appearance. Then he said lightly, "Let's go." The burly man nodded. About 100 breaths later, the 2 of them arrived in the sky above the Butterfly Valley again. Qin Feiyang took off his armor and looked down. The corpses of the invincible Black Army soldiers who died in the hands of Yen Wei were still there. However, Wang Hong was nowhere to be seen. He should have returned to the city. "Can you help me remove the slave seal now?" The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang's back and asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. With a thought, he erased the burly man's soul. The burly man didn't even have the chance to scream before he fell down. "The world is so big. Where should I go now?" Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Then he stepped into the air and gradually disappeared into the vast sky. He was completely lost. He didn't know what to do. He even doubted whether everything he had done and persevered for all these years had any meaning. He was just like a walking corpse, walking aimlessly. He went to the city. He saw Luo Qianxue, Mermaid Princess, Lu Yun, Linny, Yan Nanshan, and Yuanming. He visited everyone who was related to him one by one. He even visited his former opponents or some people who were not close to him, such as Huang San, who was a passerby in his life. However, he didn't show up, nor did he greet them. He hid his cultivation and disguised himself as a stranger. He stood in the crowd and looked at them from afar. He didn't know why he did this. He just felt empty in his heart. What did he want to fill? He went to Yen City and Black Bear City. There were many acquaintances in these two places, such as Elder One of the Martial Arts Hall, the beautiful woman Ji Shui, and Li Ji. There was also the Ling family, which was Ling Yunfei's clansman. There was also the Jiang family, which was Jiang Jingyi's clansman. He also went to see Luo Qingzhu's cousin, Jiang Wei. This person was an out-and-out playboy back then. However, after being taught a lesson by him, he restrained himself. After all these years, Jiang Wei's previous bad habits had been completely changed. He had become a good young man that everyone praised. His cultivation had also improved a lot. He was now a 9-star battle monarch. 9-star battle monarch was naturally incomparable to Qin Feiyang. However, in the entire Yen County, he was considered one of the best among the younger generation. However, Qin Feiyang still didn't greet anyone. He walked silently on the street like a loner. Finally, he returned to Iron Ox Town. Inside a simple and crude tea house, Qin Feiyang was wearing a set of shabby linen clothes. He was sitting by a window, drinking bitter tea while scanning the streets outside. Iron Ox Town hadn't changed much over the years. Most people were still very simple and amiable. However, due to Lin Chang's death, the former Lin family had long since fallen from grace and had declined significantly. The Zhao family was still there. The Zhao family was Zhao Shuang'er's family. However, the Zhao family wasn't like the Lin family. Under the leadership of Zhao Shuang'er's grandfather, the current Zhao family was several times stronger than before. Excluding the martial arts hall and Dan Hall, it was already the strongest overlord of Iron Ox Town. Zhao family, Zhao Shuang'er. If Zhao Shuang'er didn't die, perhaps the Zhao family today would be even stronger. Qin Feiyang whispered. Back then in the Swallowpan Mountain Range, the scene of Feng Ling Air, Zhao Shuang, or Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and Jiang Jingyi being killed by Zhao En and the others was still vivid in his mind. If everyone didn't die, aside from Jiang Jingyi, with the talent of Luo Qingzhu and the others, they would probably be the same as Lin Yi, the pride of the state capital. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed, took out a few gold coins, put them on the table, got up, and left Iron Ox Town. In the end, he returned to the place where he had lived with Uncle Yuan for 5 years. Over the years, this place had already changed beyond recognition. Even the burned wooden building had been covered by vegetation. However, although everything no longer existed, and Uncle Yuan had left without a trace, Qin Feiyang's heart calmed down as soon as he came here. Although I was born in the imperial capital and my mother is also in the imperial capital, this is my home. Chapter 1141. After that, Qin Feiyang did not go anywhere else. It took him 3 days to build a courtyard. He also built an artificial lake in front of the courtyard. From then on, Qin Feiyang stayed here. During the day, he fished by the lake. At night, he cultivated in the courtyard. He had 3 meals a day, rain or shine. His empty heart became more and more full with each passing day as he lived such a peaceful life. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Boom. That night, his cultivation level broke through to a 5-star battle saint. However, the breakthrough did not disturb his peaceful life. Everything was still the same as before. He was like a hermit who lived in seclusion in the forest. He did not pay attention to the outside world and lived an ordinary life. One day in the morning, a burly man in golden armor landed in the sky above Butterfly Valley. Where is he? Looking at the dead silent Butterfly Valley, the burly man in golden armor could not help but frown. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a certain spot below. There were hundreds of corpses lying on the ground and there were signs of decomposition. What happened? The burly man in golden armor was in disbelief. Where is Wang Hong? Suddenly, he raised his head and roared. His voice was as loud as a bell and pierced through the clouds. Swish. So, Wang Hong appeared in the sky above Butterfly Valley. Looking at the corpses below, his expression changed. The burly man in golden armor looked at Wang Hong and asked gloomily, "What happened?" "I don't know." Wang Hong shook his head. Hundreds of invincible Black Army soldiers were killed, including a deputy commander. "You tell me that you don't know?" The burly man in golden armor was furious. Wang Hong's body trembled. He quickly said, "I really don't know. I have been in the city all this time and have never been to Butterfly Valley." The burly man in golden armor looked at Wang Hong carefully. Seeing that Wang Hong was not lying, he asked, "You didn't hear anything?" Wang Hong shook his head again. In fact, he happened to be in Butterfly Valley at that time. If he denied it now, it was obvious that he was protecting Qin Feiyang. This is strange. Who has the ability to kill these invincible Black Army soldiers silently? The golden-armored man furrowed his brows. Wang Hong nodded and said, "It is indeed very strange. The deputy commander is a 9-star battle saint. To be able to kill him silently, this person's strength should be, speaking of which." Both of their eyes trembled as they exclaimed in unison, "Battle the Arch." The golden-armored man's face darkened as he asked in surprise, "Could it be that Qin Feiyang has returned?" "Qin Feiyang?" Wang Hong was startled, then shook his head. "I don't think it's him, because he's a very smart person. It's impossible for him to come back and die. Furthermore, with his cultivation, it's impossible for him to break through to the War King so quickly." "That makes sense. But it's too strange for someone to die in Butterfly Valley. I'll return to the imperial capital immediately and report this matter. You should bring some people to investigate as well. See if there are any suspicious people in the city recently. If there is, no matter who it is, act first and report later." A cold light flashed in the golden-armored man's eyes, and then he rushed toward the teleportation altar in the secret chamber below. "Farewell, my lord." Wang Hong bowed to see him off. After the golden-armored man disappeared, Wang Hong looked up at the sky and murmured, "It seems that the spiritual state is about to change." Then, he opened a portal and left. Noon. The golden-armored man descended on the Butterfly Valley again. But this time, he wasn't alone. He was followed by a large group of invincible Black Army soldiers. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. Each of them was emitting a murderous aura. The golden-armored man yelled, "Divide into 10 teams of 100 people each. Start from the imperial capital and start a thorough search. Bring back all the people and beasts above the War Saint level." "Understood." The invincible Black Army soldiers roared and scattered, disappearing in all directions like lightning. Meanwhile, in the godly palace of the imperial capital, in a certain alchemy room, a white-clothed young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating. Dong! Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The white-clothed young man opened his eyes and looked at the stone door. "Come in." The stone door opened, and a red-haired man in his 20s walked into the cultivation room. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, master." "What's the matter?" the white-clothed young man asked. The red-haired man said, "I just received news that the invincible Black Army soldiers guarding the Butterfly Valley were all killed, including the deputy commander." "What?" The white-clothed young man stood up with shock in his eyes. The red-haired man said, "Master, do you think he came back?" "You mean Qin Feiyang?" the white-clothed young man asked. "Those invincible Black Army soldiers are very powerful. No one in the spiritual state can kill them. Besides, who doesn't know the name of the invincible Black Army in the Empire of Great Qin? Ordinary people don't dare to touch them. Most importantly, this happened in the Butterfly Valley. So, only Qin Feiyang could do it." The red-haired man said. "That makes sense." The white-clothed young man nodded. "I also found out that the dead vice commander made a trip back to the imperial capital 3 months ago. Soon after, he left again." The red-haired man said. "He went back to the imperial capital." The white-clothed young man's eyes flashed as he asked, "How long has it been since the invincible Black Army soldiers died in the Butterfly Valley?" The red-haired man said, "I'm not sure. But I heard that the corpses were rotten. If I remember correctly, the weakest invincible Black Army soldiers guarding the Butterfly Valley was a 1-star battle saint." It would take at least 2 to 3 months for the corpses to rot. Based on this, the deputy commander should have died not long after he returned to the Butterfly Valley. It seems that the murderer is most likely Qin Feiyang. The white-clothed young man's eyes flashed. What should we do now? The red-haired man asked. The white-clothed young man waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about this. I will arrange it. You just need to investigate the movements of the emperor and the others. Then I will take my leave." The red-haired man bowed to the white-clothed young man and turned to leave the alchemy room. Qin Feiyang, ever since your bloodline power reverted to its ancestral state, I have been waiting for you to come back. Now, you have finally come back. I really want to know what kind of expression you will have when you find out my other identity, the white-clothed young man murmured. Before he could finish his sentence, he disappeared without a trace. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Thousands of invincible Black Army soldiers had entered the Yen and Pan counties. Because these 2 counties were under the jurisdiction of the spiritual state. The arrival of the invincible Black Army caused the people of these 2 counties to be in a constant state of panic. In the past, they didn't know what the invincible Black Army was. But over the years, the invincible Black Army had been stationed in the imperial capital. 1 person told 10, and 10 told 100, and everyone knew about it. Therefore, when a large number of invincible Black Army soldiers appeared, everyone was in danger. However, Qin Feiyang didn't know about all this, and he didn't want to know. But it didn't mean that he didn't expect it. In fact, he had expected all of this. Because even if Wang Hong didn't report it to the imperial capital, the people in the imperial capital would find out sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. However, even if he expected it, he wasn't worried at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. Some things couldn't be avoided even if you wanted to. The most important thing was that he didn't want to think about these problems now. He just wanted to settle down quietly for a while. Another few days passed. In the morning, as usual, Qin Feiyang woke up from his cultivation early in the morning and sat by the lake to fish quietly. The sun rose, and the golden sunlight spread over the lake. A gentle breeze blew from the mountain stream in the distance, and the lake sparkled. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Feiyang sensed from afar that dozens of powerful auras appeared in the sky above the Iron Bull town. Each of these auras contained a terrifying saint aura. "They're here," he muttered to himself without any expression on his face. He didn't even look up in the direction of the Iron Bull town. He kept looking at the floating on the lake. In fact, there were no fish in this lake at all. Because when he built this artificial lake, he didn't put any fish in. And he sat by the lake every day fishing, not really fishing, but cultivating his body and mind. In other words, he wasn't fishing for fish but for mind. But he knew that he didn't have much time here. Because everyone in the Iron Bull town knew that he used to live here, and the invincible Black Army would definitely not forget to search here. "You're really here?" Suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded. This voice, Qin Feiyang frowned and looked up. He saw a young man in white appear out of thin air above the lake. Qin Feiyang couldn't be more familiar with that face. It was Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "Why can't I be here?" Lu Xingchen asked back. He took a step forward and landed beside Qin Feiyang. "I mean, how did you get out of the imperial city?" Qin Feiyang said. "One had to know. From the imperial city to the spiritual state, one had to pass through the pagoda. And the pagoda was guarded by Elder Qin. Very few people in the world could sneak into the pagoda in front of Elder Qin." Lu Xingchen laughed. "Have you forgotten? My space divine item can move." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Needless to say, he had really overlooked this point. Indeed, with a space divine item that could move, entering the pagoda was a very simple matter. "Then why are you looking for me? How do you know I'm here?" Qin Feiyang said. "Of course I'm here because I miss you, an old friend. As for why I know you're here, it's actually very easy to judge because you have nowhere else to go in the Great Qin Empire." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, and asked again, "Then how do you know I'm back?" Speculation. But obviously I guessed right. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, what about the state preceptor and the others? Do they know I'm back? Chapter 1142. Can you be more shameless? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. This was the first time he saw someone praise himself for being smart. Lu Xingchen chuckled and asked, did you kill the invincible Black Army in Butterfly Valley? Qin Feiyang nodded. You've been to the capital? Lu Xingchen asked again. Qin Feiyang nodded again. Lu Xingchen said angrily, then why didn't you come to me? Do you still think of me as a friend? When I came back this time, I didn't see anyone except my mother. Qin Feiyang shook his head and then said, besides, I want to make it clear that I've never thought of you as my friend. I'm sad to hear you say that. Lu Xingchen's face darkened. He knew very well about his relationship with Qin Feiyang, but there was no need to be so straightforward. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, I don't believe that you came all the way here just to see me. You don't have such good intentions. Let's not beat around the bush. You bastard. Well, I did come to see you because I have a few things to tell you. First of all, do you remember Ling Yu, Zhao Yu, Feng Ranran, and Luo Dan? Lu Xingchen asked. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. They're missing. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at him in surprise. When you came back last time, they were still there, but when you left, they disappeared with you. I even went to Fengzhou and Yuzhou to investigate them. Do you know what I found? Lu Xingchen said mysteriously. What's the result? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen said, according to my investigation, although these 4 people came from Yuzhou and Fengzhou, there is no information about them in Yuzhou or Fengzhou. Impossible. Qin Feiyang said resolutely. Yuzhou and Fengzhou were the birthplaces of the 4 of them. Moreover, the 4 of them were such monstrous geniuses. How could they not have any information about them? I also felt that this matter was very inconceivable. Thus, I carefully investigated it. In the end, I discovered that they did not have any relatives in Yu Province and Feng Province. Many people don't even know of their existence. After that, I went to Yu Province and Feng Province to investigate. Guess what? They actually entered the sacred palace the day before the 9 underworlds' Yellow Springs opened. As for their identities and origins, the Holy Sanctum's records are blank. Lu Xingchen said. So, these 4 people are really mysterious? Qin Feiyang mumbled. Lu Xingchen said, secondly, I think I saw Zhang Jin in Imperial Capital. Zhang Jin? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Don't you remember? He is Zhang Ren's younger brother. He is somewhat related to you. Lu Xingchen said. So it's him. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. After being reminded by Lu Xingchen, he remembered that Zhang Jin used to work in the resource hall of the Holy Sanctum. His aptitude was mediocre, but his character was not bad. Later, because of Zhang Ren's death, Zhang Jin was thoroughly disappointed in the Holy Sanctum. He carried Zhang Ren's corpse and left the Holy Sanctum. Thinking of Zhang Jin, Qin Feiyang also recalled some past events. He turned to Lu Xingchen and sneered, Do you have any thoughts about Zhang Ren's death? Lu Xingchen smiled bitterly. I still remember that during the temple's great gathering, Zhang Ren had already admitted defeat, but your family member, Lu Ziyuan, still killed him. And you, the representative of the inner sanctum at that time, a proud son of heaven, not only did not deal with it impartially, you even shielded Lu Ziyuan. If not for Zhang Ren's death, Zhang Jin would not have left the Holy Sanctum in a fit of anger. Qin Feiyang mocked. It's all because of the frivolity of the past. Can you not mention it again? I'm also very ashamed and regretful now. Lu Xingchen said bitterly. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it back then? Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, Now that you see Zhang Jin appear in the imperial capital, do you feel a little flustered? To be honest, I do feel a little. But for him to appear in the imperial capital, there is clearly a problem. After all, whether it is cultivation or talent, he is not qualified to step into the imperial capital. Lu Xingchen said. There is indeed a problem. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Let's talk about other things. Lu Xingchen nodded and was about to speak. Rumble. Crack. A loud noise suddenly came from Iron Ox Town. The two hurriedly raised their heads and looked in the direction of Iron Ox Town. Their eyes were filled with surprise. The loud noise was incessant, followed by a strong wave of battle. Lu Xingchen said in a low voice, "Do you feel it? It's the holy aura." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "It should be the invincible Black Army that is in trouble. But in this small Iron Ox Town, is there anyone who can fight against the invincible Black Army? Let's go and take a look." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He decisively put down the fishing rod and rushed to the sky, flying towards Iron Ox Town. Lu Xingchen followed closely behind. Qin Feiyang suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Xingchen. He did not notice before, but now he realized that Lu Xingchen's aura also carried a holy aura. 5-star battle saint. Finally, he saw Lu Xingchen's cultivation clearly, but even his jaw almost dropped. How did this person do it? One had to know. He had opened the door of potential and received the inheritance of his ancestor, causing his bloodline to revert to its ancestral state. That was why he could break through to 5-star battle saints so quickly. But Lu Xingchen actually caught up to him? This was too inconceivable. Lu Xingchen seemed to have noticed Qin Feiyang's surprise. He revealed his white teeth and smiled. "Didn't I tell you before? I was once a god of war." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Lu Xingchen had indeed said this before, but he did not take it to heart at that time. He thought that Lu Xingchen was just joking. But now, hearing this sentence again, he could not help but hesitate. Could it be true? Lu Xingchen pointed to the sky in front of them and said, "Don't think about it. Look at the sky above Iron Ox Town. It's very interesting." Qin Feiyang looked up suspiciously, and his eyes suddenly widened. Above Iron Ox Town, a white-clothed youth was crazily slaughtering a group of invincible Black Army soldiers. He was extremely powerful. But this was not the main point. The main point was, that white-clothed youth looked exactly like him. He was practically another Qin Feiyang. Lu Xingchen asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, is he an imposter or are you an imposter? Or are you the one who arranged this?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said in a deep voice, "How could I arrange for someone to impersonate me? Who is this person? What's his purpose for impersonating me?" That's amazing. The cultivation of those invincible Black Army soldiers were between 1-star and 4-star battle saints, but he could easily destroy them. And I can't see through his cultivation. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, "Judging from his aura, he should be a 6-star battle saint." There's actually a 6-star battle saint hidden in the spiritual state? Lu Xingchen was shocked. Not good. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. After such a terrifying battle, Iron Ox Town below would have been destroyed. He quickly looked down at Iron Ox Town. As expected, Iron Ox Town had long disappeared, leaving behind only ruins. And there was not a single living person in the ruins. Corpses were everywhere, and blood stained the ground. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed silently, and his speed suddenly increased. After a few breaths, he entered Iron Ox Town, landed on the broken streets, and walked all the way. Everywhere he passed, there were broken corpses and broken limbs, and the smell of blood was pungent. Why did they hurt these innocent people? Qin Feiyang gradually clenched his fists. Although he had only lived in Iron Ox Town for 5 years, he already had deep feelings for the people and things here. Moreover, most of the people living in Iron Ox Town were mortals who had no strength to truss a chicken. It was too much to not even let mortals go. In the end, he stopped in front of a dilapidated house. This was Zhao Shuanger's home. When he passed by this place on his way back, he took a few glances. Everyone had a simple smile on their faces. But now, everything was gone, and only ruins were left. Why? He walked in slowly and corpses could be seen everywhere. Fresh blood flowed on the ground, still steaming. It was like hell and it was a ghastly sight. Suddenly, he quickened his pace and walked to the front of an old man. The old man had white hair and was lying in a pool of blood. His body was pressed against a beam, and he was already dead. "Grandpa Zhao, I'm sorry, I'm late." Qin Feiyang squatted beside the old man, his face full of self-blame and guilt. The old man was Zhao Shuang'er's grandfather. Ever since Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, Zhao Shuang'er, and Feng Ling'er died, he did not take care of their families. For example, Ling Yunfei's mother, Lu Ji. For example, Luo Qingzhu's mother, Luo Qianxue, and Feng Ling'er's grandfather. Although Feng Ling'er's grandfather had died, he still remembered him in his heart. Only this old man, he had almost forgotten about him. In the past, he did not think much of it. But at this moment, when he looked at the old man's eyes and the bloody corpse, he could not help but feel regret in his heart. Why did he not think of this before? He only felt regret after losing it? Qin Feiyang slowly reached out his hand, closed the old man's eyes, and raised his head to look at the man in white and the invincible black army. "Today, none of you can leave." He suddenly roared and rushed to the sky with the billowing holy aura. Why is there Qin Feiyang here? The invincible black army, who was fighting with the man in white, had a trace of surprise in their eyes. At the same time, the man in white also looked at Qin Feiyang. He was not surprised at all. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then he turned around and flew away with lightning speed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a red sword energy surged out. 40 sword energies soared into the sky, and the few remaining invincible black army were wiped out. Blood dyed the sky. Boom. Then, he pointed his index finger in the air, and a beam of battle energy blasted into the Iron Ox town below. With a loud rumble, the entire Iron Ox town collapsed into the ground and turned into a giant tomb. "I will bring his head back and bury it with you. Rest in peace," Qin Feiyang whispered. Then he used the phantom steps and chased after the man in white. "Wait for me." Chapter 1143. In the void. The man in white took a mysterious step, moving as fast as lightning. Although he seemed to be running for his life, if one looked carefully, they would find that there was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind. Lu Xingchen whispered, "Brother Qin, he is a 6-star battle saint. His cultivation is 1 realm higher than ours, and he has mastered a perfect auxiliary battle art. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him." "So what if he's 1 realm higher?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, activated the concealment art, and disappeared without a trace. Lu Xingchen was surprised. What was this guy doing in the castle? Could it be that the castle could also move? He did not know that Qin Feiyang had already mastered a battle art that could make him invisible. He only thought that Qin Feiyang had gone to the castle. At the same time, sensing that Qin Feiyang's aura had disappeared, the man in white also stopped and turned his head to look behind him suspiciously. But just as he turned his head, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen. He suddenly looked down and his expression changed. He saw a battle aura, like a sharp arrow, entering his lower abdomen at lightning speed. Blood immediately flowed out. What's going on? The man in white was bewildered. Lu Xingchen was bewildered. It was also at this moment that Qin Feiyang appeared and stood right in front of the white-clothed man. He was very close to him. "Impossible. Your castle can't be moved at all. How did you do it?" The man in white was shocked and angry. Qin Feiyang did not answer. He grabbed the man in white's neck and sneered, "I want to see who exactly you are. How dare you pretend to be me, Qin Feiyang?" After saying that, Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and stuffed it into the man in white's mouth. The man in white's face was suddenly filled with panic. Boom. But at this moment, in the forest below, a terrifying emperor aura emerged and instantly enveloped Qin Feiyang. At the same time that Qin Feiyang was imprisoned, a white light flashed out from the forest below and landed in front of Qin Feiyang like lightning. He grabbed the man in white and retreated. There's still someone else. And it's a war king. Qin Feiyang's eyebrows raised. His aura, his black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He forcibly broke through the emperor pressure that was imprisoning him. He looked at the white off her face, but Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed. He felt like he had seen this pair of eyes before, but he couldn't remember where. The woman in white spoke. Her voice was bone-chilling and emotionless. She was like a god of death. Then, she took Zhang Jin and left without looking back. Even the voice is familiar. Qin Feiyang muttered. With a thought, Yan Wei appeared out of thin air and said in a deep voice, "Take them down." Yan Wei responded with a respectful tone, as a powerful battle chi burst out from his body and sprang toward the white-shirted woman and her companion like a surging tide. "There is indeed a war king hiding beside me." The woman in white's pupils shrank. She raised her slender arm and waved it in the air. Battle chi emerged and turned into a huge wave that swept across the sky. Boom! The two waves of battle chi collided. Yan Wei's body trembled and he retreated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The woman in white's body was also trembling slightly. A mere one-star war king dares to behave atrociously in front of us. You really don't know what's good for you. Yan Wei's eyes turned cold. He executed the Heavenly Demon's 9 steps and charged towards the woman in white. The Heavenly Demon's 9 steps was not only a perfect support skill, it was also a perfect killing skill. In other words, this was a skill that was both offensive and defensive. With every step he took, his aura would increase tremendously. Even the air was trembling. At this moment, he was like a demon god descending to the world. His aura was extremely powerful. When he took the 4th step, both his speed and his aura had reached an unprecedented level. Boom! When he took the 5th step, he was like a god descending to the mortal world. He stepped on the woman in white's head. Immediately, a terrifying murderous aura enveloped the woman in white. Perfect battle skill. The woman in white's heart trembled. No matter what kind of battle skill it was a peak perfect battle skill. Boom! Whoosh. The woman in white waved her hand. Battle chi emerged and turned into a huge wave that surged forward. This battle skill. Qin Feiyang, who was not far away, looked at the huge wave that covered the sky and the earth. His brows were tightly knitted together. The battle skill that the woman in white used was only a superior battle skill. However, it gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Boom! Yan Wei's aura shook the heavens and the earth. Looking at the huge wave, his eyes were extremely sharp. Immediately, he took the 6th step. Accompanied by a deafening loud sound, the huge wave instantly disintegrated. He was unstoppable. The woman in white spat out a mouthful of blood. However, her eyes became colder and colder. Waterlong sky. She let go of the man in white and roared. Her long hair danced wildly in the air. It was as if a female demon had appeared. Her murderous aura was monstrous. Boom! Battle chi poured out like a waterfall. Huge waves that covered the sky surged in the void above. It was as if this place had turned into a vast ocean. The destructive aura swept in all directions. Water-long sky. This is the 2nd move of the sunflower water art. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. The memories that had been sealed in his mind for a long time gushed out uncontrollably. How is this possible? It's actually her. His face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, Yan Wei snorted coldly. He simply and violently stomped his foot. This was the 7th step. Boom! This stomp was earth-shattering. The void distorted crazily as if it was about to crack. Several huge peaks nearby collapsed in an instant. Dust and smoke billowed and the rumbling was deafening. As for the huge wave, it was like a broken mirror. It cracked bit by bit until it finally disintegrated and dissipated between heaven and earth. The woman in white was sent flying. Blood gushed out of her mouth. Yan Wei also retreated a few steps. However, he only suffered a slight injury. After stabilizing his body, he immediately charged towards the woman in white. His aura was surging. Lu Xingqian's pupils contracted as he landed beside Qin Feiyang in a single step and said in a low voice, "This subordinate of yours is very strong." Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. His gaze was fixed on the woman in white. He said to Yan Wei, "I want her alive." Alive? Yan Wei was stunned. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, He wondered if this woman was an enemy of Qin Feiyang's in the past. Understood. He nodded slightly. His hand reached out and his battle chi turned into a huge wave that surged into the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge hand that covered the sky appeared and grabbed towards the woman in white. "You're too naive if you want to capture me like this." The woman in white sneered. She waved her hands and waves of battle chi surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a water dragon that was hundreds of feet long appeared. Its ferocity was unparalleled. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly. He mumbled, "This is the third move of the sunflower water art, water dragon breaking the sky." Sunflower water art? Lu Xingchen was stunned. His face was filled with surprise. He stared at the woman in white and mumbled, "The sunflower water art is not her battle art. Could she be? That's right. If it's not a coincidence, then she must be the woman we know." Qin Feiyang said. The water dragon roared in the sky and pounced towards the huge hand. The huge hand that Yan Wei condensed was just a normal attack. The water dragon breaking the sky that the woman in white used was a superior battle art. Yan Wei was naturally no match for her. With a boom, the huge hand was destroyed on the spot. However, at the same time that the huge hand was destroyed, Yan Wei took the 8th step of the 9 steps of the heavenly demon. His aura was close to that of a 5-star combat emperor. The water dragon immediately shattered into pieces and turned into bubbles. "Stop struggling. When I take the 9th step, you will definitely die." Yan Wei looked down at the woman in white like a king. His divine aura was inviolable. "Then come and try." The woman in white placed her hands in front of her chest and quickly formed a seal. A destructive aura spread out. "Stubborn." Yan Wei's gaze turned cold and he suddenly took the 9th step. His aura broke through the barrier and charged towards a 5-star combat emperor. The power of the 9 steps of the heavenly demon had been unleashed to the extreme. However, just as the woman in white was about to lose her life under his feet, she suddenly raised her head and a strong murderous intent burst out from her eyes. At the same time, a palm-sized mystic ice seal appeared between her hands and cold air billowed. The first style of the frost arts, ice seal. Although she shouted, the mystic ice seal broke through the air and swept into Yan Wei's feet. Yan Wei's expression changed immediately. He could clearly feel that when the mystic ice seal entered his feet, a shocking cold current suddenly swept through his entire body. His limbs began to stiffen. White snowflakes quickly appeared on his clothes, skin, and even his hair. These snowflakes emitted a terrifying cold air. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice formed on his body and he became a human ice sculpture. Frost arts. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yan Wei and the woman in white had the same cultivation, but she was able to seal Yan Wei in ice? This was enough to prove that this so-called frost arts was also a perfect battle art, and it was also a peak perfect battle art. The woman in white looked at Yan Wei with disdain and turned to Qin Feiyang, saying, "I believe you have already guessed who I am." "Dong Qin," Qin Feiyang said. The woman in white sneered, "That's right, it's me. Are you surprised?" Qin Feiyang was silent. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and asked Dong Qin, "Where have you been all these years?" "Hee, ha," Dong Qin laughed crazily. She took off her mask and revealed a face as beautiful as a flower. Dong Qin was once the pride of the inner palace. Her appearance was not bad, and it was not an exaggeration to say that she was peerless. But right now, her face was filled with hostility and hatred. She looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "I went to hell, but I was not satisfied, so I came back from hell." Chapter 1144. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Back then he wasn't afraid of Dong Qin, and now he was even more afraid. However, Dong Qin's current cultivation made it hard for him to accept. He clearly remembered that Dong Qin had only broken through to the 6-star War Emperor when they fought in the temple's Great Gathering. At that time, his cultivation had also broken through to the 3-star War Emperor. All these years, he relied on the Gate of Potential and the purple gold dragon blood to barely break through to the 5-star War Saint. But Dong Qin had already stepped into the 1-star War Emperor realm. He wouldn't believe that Dong Qing's talent was better than his. Because he knew how Dong Qing's talent was. But how did she do it? Even if she opened all the gates of potential, it couldn't be so fast. Lu Xingqian's breakthrough to the 5-star war saint had already shocked him, but now Dong Qing's cultivation was even more unbelievable. You're no longer the Qin Feiyang from back then, and I'm no longer the Dong Qing from back then. It's still hard to say who will win now. Get ready to pay your debt. Dong Qing smiled coldly and her hands began to form seals again. A destructive aura rolled out from between her hands. Boom. However, at this time, an even more terrifying aura erupted. Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingqian, and the white-clothed woman all turned to look at Yan Wei. The aura came from Yan Wei, who was trapped in the ice sculpture. What's going on? The white-clothed woman was bewildered. Rumble. Yan Wei's aura became stronger and stronger, surging in all directions with earth-shattering momentum. The void and earth here began to tremble. Boom. Suddenly, the aura that erupted from Yan Wei actually broke through the shackles of the 1-star War Master and climbed to the 2-star War Master. He actually broke through at this time? The white-clothed woman and her companion were dumbfounded. Gotcha. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the ice sculpture. As soon as this crack appeared, a chain reaction occurred, and tear marks continued to appear. In less than 3 breaths, the entire ice sculpture was full of cracks, as if it was covered with a layer of spider web. Not good. The white-clothed woman's expression changed. She turned around and dived in front of the white-clothed man. She grabbed the white-clothed man, opened a teleportation door, and entered it without looking back. Qin Feiyang, if you want to know why we're pretending to be you, then come to the ruins. The portal quickly disappeared. Dong Qing's voice echoed in the air for a long time. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang didn't try to stop Dong Qing because he couldn't stop her now. Land of ruins, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he looked at Yan Wei again. Finally, Yan Wei broke out of the ice, his aura shaking the clouds. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang smiled. The stronger Yan Wei was, the more help it would be to him. Yan Wei rubbed his head and smiled innocently. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I was too careless and couldn't make them stay." "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and his eyes flickered. Lu Xingqian frowned. "Brother Qin, why did Dong Qing ask you to go to the ruins? What kind of place is the ruins?" Yan Wei didn't understand. Qin Feiyang said, "The ruins is a place where not even a blade of grass grows. It's also a place of no return." A place of no return. Yan Wei's eyes trembled and he said in surprise, "Isn't that a place of death?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a place of death, but it's not a problem for me. I've been there twice, but I can't figure out why they want to lead me to the ruins." Lu Xingqian asked in surprise, "Could it be that there are still secrets hidden in the ruins?" "Secret?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. "No matter what the secret is, I have to go and see it." Dong Qing and the others clearly came prepared. "If you go now, won't you fall into their trap?" "I think it's better to take the long view," Lu Xingqian advised. "We can't guess what their purpose is. Only by going to the ruins can we find out the truth. As for you, there's no need to take the risk with me. Go back to the imperial capital to avoid being discovered and arousing suspicion." Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingqian and said. Lu Xingqian pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Well, take care of yourself. When you come to the imperial capital next time, remember to come and find me. Let's go to the fragrant moon brothel for a few drinks." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Goodbye." Lu Xingqian cupped his hands and said. Then he nodded and smiled at Yan Wei. He opened the portal and walked in. After Lu Xingqian left, Yan Wei whispered, "This Lu Xingqian is not simple. You'd better be careful." Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked curiously, "How is he not simple?" Yan Wei shook his head. "I can't say. It's just a feeling. Every time I look at him, I always feel like he's covered with a veil. He's unfathomable." "You're right. Although I've known him for many years, I still can't see through him. Moreover, he's related to the Mu family of the Forgotten Continent," Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei was stunned. What kind of existence is the Mu family? They're actually related to the Mu family? After a few months of recuperation, it's time to stretch my muscles. The ruins, I'd like to see what's waiting for me. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He opened a portal and stepped into it. Yen Wei took a deep breath and followed. Whoosh, whoosh. The ruins. In the canyon, the wind was still howling, and the black tornado was roaring wantonly. The iron chain bridge above the canyon was rusty and swaying in the wind. No one knew how long it had been there. Whoosh. As soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, he glanced at the iron chain bridge. He saw a man and a woman standing on the opposite side of the iron chain bridge. It was Dong Qing. They've already gone over. Yen Wei whispered. He looked at the storm in the canyon and frowned. That black storm actually gave him a great sense of danger. Go down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and landed on the bridge. Then, without any hesitation, he stepped on the iron chain bridge. Yen Wei followed closely behind him, not daring to be the least bit distracted. The wind was howling, and the iron chain bridge kept swaying. It was like the sound of the Grim Reaper. Yen Wei looked down and frowned. What's under the canyon? Everything. People, beasts, jungles, glaciers, deserts, seas of fire, and so on. It's like an underground world. Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei was surprised. It can't be. Even I don't dare to touch these black tornadoes. How did they survive? Qin Feiyang said, there's no storm under the canyon. I see. Yen Wei nodded. After a while, the two walked to the middle of the iron chain bridge. Standing there, they could clearly see Dong Qing and Yen Wei. The two stood side by side on the opposite side, looking at Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei with cold eyes. Suddenly, Dong Qing waved her hand, and a red sword appeared out of thin air. Yen Wei was stunned and quickly shouted, "What do you want to do? Send you to hell?" Dong Qing smiled coldly. She grabbed the red sword and slashed at the iron chain. Damn it. Yen Wei's face changed greatly. Don't panic. Although this iron chain bridge is rusty, it's very strong. Not to mention ordinary sharp weapons, I'm afraid even a sacred weapon may not be able to cut it. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Yen Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But as soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qing's sword slashed at the iron chain, and a loud clanging sound rang out. Sparks flew in all directions, and the iron chain was actually cut apart. What? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. What level of sword was that? It was so sharp? But there was no time to look carefully. The iron chain broke, and the iron chain bridge shook violently. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei, who were standing on the bridge, suddenly lost their balance. However, the two of them were quick with their hands and quickly grabbed the other side of the iron chain to stabilize their bodies. How is it? Are you desperate now? Dong Qing grabbed the sword and looked at Qin Feiyang with sarcasm in her eyes. Desperate? Even if you cut off all the iron chains, you won't be a threat to me. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. Then let's have a try. Dong Qing's eyes flashed. She raised the sword in her hand and slashed down with all her strength. Clang! In a burst of fire, all the iron chains were broken in an instant. The iron chain bridge immediately descended towards the canyon below, and the gravity that permeated the air above the canyon immediately surged towards the two of them. His life was hanging by a thread. Yen Wei couldn't help but panic. Grab me! Qin Feiyang shouted without looking back. He was calm and steady. Yen Wei quivered and immediately reached out to grab Qin Feiyang's shoulder. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's mind moved, and a rib appeared. When the originally dim rib bone came into contact with the surging gravity, it immediately blossomed with resplendent divine light. In an instant, the gravity disappeared. The black hurricane was also isolated by the divine light. Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei stood in the sky above the canyon. The divine bone shone brightly like a full moon, shining in all directions. Dong Qing frowned. But suddenly, she smiled again and gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up from afar. She said, Impressive. It seems like this is what you rely on to enter the ruins repeatedly. However, the real show is yet to come. If you have the ability, continue to chase after me. After that, she waved her hand and took the man in white to the depths of the ruins like lightning. The real show? Don't let me down. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and shouted, "Let's go." Yen Wei nodded and swept up Qin Feiyang. They turned into a ray of light and flew to the other side. This woman must be brewing some conspiracy. We must be careful. In front of absolute strength, no matter what conspiracy, it is like withered branches and withered leaves. It will be annihilated with a snap of the fingers. Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei had already broken through to a 2-star combat emperor. In addition, he had 2 perfect battle arts. It was more than enough to deal with Dong Qing. As for the red battle sword in Dong Qing's hand, even if it was a divine weapon, he was not afraid. Because he also had a divine weapon. This divine weapon was Chang Shui. Chapter 1145. Entering the ruins, Qin Feiyang put away the ribs and looked back at the canyon. Without the iron chain bridge, the ruins would become a real cage in the future. No one would be able to enter, and no one would be able to leave. However, since Dong Qing dared to cut off the iron chain bridge, she should have some confidence. But what was her confidence? Was it the battle sword in her hand? The two moved as fast as lightning. So, Qin Feiyang saw a village. Qin Feiyang had a deep impression of this village. Because when he first entered the ruins, he came here and gave the villagers a lot of food. One of the children, in order to thank him, gave him a bamboo tube. However, the water in the bamboo tube was poisonous. But at that time, Qin Feiyang did not pursue it, because he couldn't bear it. But at this moment, corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed on the ground, soaking the mountains and rivers. What's going on? Yen Wei was surprised. Qin Feiyang walked to a corpse, looked at it seriously and said in a deep voice, "It died not long ago. It should be killed by Dong Qing." Why did they do that? What's the benefit of killing these innocent people? Yen Wei said angrily. I don't know. However, for these people, death may be the best relief. Qin Feiyang sighed. At that time, if it weren't for the old man's permission, he would have destroyed this place full of darkness and cruelty. Yen Wei glanced at the desolate land and fell silent. Indeed, it was better to die than to live in such a place. Let's go, Qin Feiyang said. Yen Wei calmed down, looked ahead and frowned. They have disappeared. How can we catch up? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and called out, Wolf King, lead the way. Wolf King sniffed hard and said, straight ahead. Yen Wei immediately rushed forward with a man and a wolf. Stop. But not long after, Wolf King suddenly shouted again. What happened? Yen Wei stopped in the void of space and looked at it suspiciously. Wolf King said, something's wrong. There's the smell of blood in the air on both the left and right. It can't be? Qin Feiyang and Yen Wei looked at each other in bewilderment. Absolutely, Wolf King said with certainty. Yen Wei asked, did they split up? Something's wrong. Their scent is indeed heading straight ahead. Wolf King said. Yen Wei said, if they went straight ahead, then where did the bloody smell on the left and right come from? I don't understand either. Wolf King shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Yen Wei and said, let's split up and take a look. We'll meet here later. Yen Wei nodded, turned around, and quickly disappeared to the left. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King rushed to the right. 100 breaths later, another village came into the sight of a man and a wolf, but the ground was also full of floating corpses, and the ground was dyed dark red. The strong smell of blood was nauseating. Wolf King ran to a corpse, only to see a fatal wound on the throat of the corpse. But the blood had solidified. Obviously, the corpse had been dead for a long time. It looked up at the other corpses and found that the time of death and the fatal wound were exactly the same as the corpse in front of it. How could this be? Wolf King muttered to himself and returned to Qin Feiyang's side, saying, these people's faces are twisted and ferocious, and there's still fear in their eyes before they died. They should have seen something terrible when they were alive, and have been dead for a long time. It shouldn't be Dong Qing's doing. If it's not Dong Qing, who could it be? Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted. I've carefully smelled the residual smell here, but the smell of blood here is too strong, and I can't catch the scent of the murderer. But there's still a smell of blood in the air ahead. Wolf King said in a deep voice. Lead the way, Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King immediately ran forward. After a while, they saw another village, with hundreds of corpses lying on the ground. There was a fatal wound on the throat, and the blood had solidified and seeped into the ground. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, turned to look at Wolf King and asked, Still can't catch the scent of the murderer? Wolf King shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and with a wave of his hand, the ground was suddenly torn apart, and the whole village was buried under the ground. Then he said, Let's go and meet up with Yan Wei. After a while, Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei met up. Qin Feiyang asked, How's the situation? I've found a total of 6 villages, but all the people in the villages are dead, and no one is alive. I suspect that the people here should have been killed. Yan Wei said. The Wolf King asked, Then do they all have a fatal wound on their throats? That's right. According to my observation, they all died from blood loss. Yan Wei nodded. Wolf King said, How long have they been dead? Yan Wei thought for a moment and said, The blood has solidified, it should be 2 or 3 days ago. Wolf King said, We saw the same situation as you. Damn bastard, who is so cruel? Yan Wei was furious. Generally speaking, people with the cultivation of him and Qin Feiyang, even if all the people in the ruins were killed, they would not blink an eye. It was not that they were indifferent, but that they had long been used to it. Moreover, their hands were stained with blood, so they were not qualified to scold others. But the people here were all bleeding to death because their throats were cut. This was obviously intentional. For an ordinary person, death was not terrible. After all, they only had a short lifespan of a few decades. But such a way of dying was torture. If this person is not crazy, then there must be some purpose. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Yan Wei said with hatred, What purpose can there be? He must have gone crazy. Qin Feiyang said, We can't judge too early. Let's continue to track. Yan Wei nodded, and led Wolf King and Qin Feiyang, turned into a stream of light, and exposed themselves in front. On the way, they did not encounter many villages, but without exception, all of them had suffered misfortune. Along the way, they did not find a single survivor. Time passed breath by breath. Half an hour later, a dilapidated ancient city in the distance entered the sight of 2 people and 1 wolf. On the city gate, there were 3 ancient words engraved. Wuxia City. Wolf King said, We're back again. Qin Feiyang nodded. When they first came to the ruins, they also came to Wuxia City and made a big scene in the city. But now Wuxia City was even more dilapidated than before. As far as the eye could see, the city walls were full of holes. The buildings in the city were also dilapidated. Coupled with the dim sky, from afar, it looked like a gloomy ghost city. There was no one guarding the city gate, and it looked incomparably deserted. I really didn't expect that such a backward place would exist in the prosperous and glorious Great Qin Empire. Yan Wei took a deep look, turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, How long has this place existed? According to the ancient records, the ruins already existed at the beginning of the Great Qin Empire. So the ruins should be left behind by the previous dynasty, Heavenly Sun Empire. It has been at least 10,000 years since then. Qin Feiyang said. So long? Yan Wei frowned and said, The people living here are really pitiful. Not necessarily. Many people here used to be subjects of the 9 states and 18 counties, but because they committed many evil deeds, they were hunted down and had nowhere to go, so they fled here. Only those who were born here are really pitiful. Wolf King said. Yan Wei looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I really don't understand why the emperors of the Great Qin Empire would allow such a place to exist for so many years. I used to be very puzzled, but when I met a person, I realized that there were many powerful saint beasts sealed here. Unless it was a last resort, the ruins should not be destroyed. Qin Feiyang said. This person was naturally referring to Ren Duxing. Who is it? Yan Wei said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, It's a long story. We might meet him this time. When we meet, I'll introduce him to you. Yan Wei nodded. While talking, the two men and one wolf were getting closer and closer to Wuhu City. Suddenly, Wolf King's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, "There's the smell of blood." The smell of blood. Could it be that the people of Wuhu City have also met with misfortune? Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei looked at each other and immediately sped up. What a strong smell of blood. The closer they got, the heavier Wolf King's gaze became. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei also smelled the smell of blood. More than 10 breaths later, they finally landed on the city wall and scanned the scene in the city. Their eyes were filled with shock. The entire Wuhu City was littered with corpses. There was not a single person. Blood flowed on the ground like a stream. The bloody scene was like an azure hell. It was terrifying. Yan Wei said, "The blood hasn't coagulated yet. It should be Dong Qing's doing." But why would she do that? Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly together. Wolf King's eyes suddenly trembled and he said in surprise, "No, didn't you notice a very serious problem?" "What problem?" The two looked at her in surprise. Old Yen is now a 2-star battle ancestor, one small realm higher than Dong Qing. And although Dong Qing has mastered a perfect auxiliary battle art, Old Yen is also using the Demon 9 steps to bring us along. Moreover, it will take her time to kill these people. Logically speaking, we should have caught up with her long ago. But until now, we haven't even seen her shadow. Wolf King said. That's right. Qin Feiyang and Yan Wei suddenly came to a realization. What was going on? Yan Wei seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled slightly and he said, "Could it be that she has mastered a divine art?" Divine art? Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's eyes narrowed. Wolf King shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. The divine art is not a cabbage. How could she have it? I would rather believe that she had hidden her cultivation before. It seems that we can't underestimate this woman." Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. Chapter 1146. Let's go! Wolf King shouted. Today, no matter what, they must find Dong Qing and get rid of her. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. On the following journey, the two men and one wolf did not delay at all. Even if they encountered towns and villages that were massacred, they did not stop at all. At noon, they finally arrived at the royal city in the land of ruins. However, the originally bustling royal city was dead silent at this moment. Millions of corpses were lying in the city. Blood dyed the land within a radius of hundreds of miles. In the void, a bloody mist filled the air, and the smell of blood was pungent. And the way they died was the same as the people in other places. Their throats were cut. Those pairs of eyes were wide open, full of fear and despair. "You animals, get out of here!" Yan Wei roared. There were many people who had died in his hands, but he had never tortured anyone like Dong Qing. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. They stood at a commanding height and had a panoramic view of the entire royal city, but except for the corpses on the ground, they did not see anyone else. There was no trace of Dong Qing and the man in white. Qin Feiyang looked down at Wolf King and asked, "Are you sure they came to the royal city?" "I'm sure." Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang glanced at the royal city and said gloomily, "Then they must be hiding somewhere?" While speaking with a thought, Lu Hong and the others appeared one after another. Looking at the bloody purgatory-like scene in front of them, everyone's face could not help but turn pale. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Find them, even if you turn the land of ruins upside down, find them for me." Understood. Lu Hong nodded. Everyone immediately scattered in all directions. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Wait." What? Everyone stopped and looked back at him suspiciously. Dong Qing hates me to the bone. If she is really hiding in the dark, she will definitely not let you go. Viper and Dan Wangkai stay here, the rest go to the castle. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Lu Hong, Fatso, and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other and returned to Qin Feiyang helplessly. Although they all wanted to help, they had no choice. Qin Feiyang was telling the truth. Once they split up and were ambushed by Dong Qing, given their cultivation bases, they would be dead for sure. Death was not a big deal. What worried him the most was that Dong Qing would use them to threaten Qin Feiyang instead of killing them. In this way, they wouldn't be helping Qin Feiyang, they would be dragging him down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent everyone to the castle. Then he looked at Yen Wei, Dan Wangkai and Viper and reminded them, be careful. Then he raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. Battle chi gushed out and condensed into Dong Qing's illusory figure. Because Dan Wangkai and Viper had been in the castle, they did not know what Dong Qing looked like. After remembering Dong Qing's appearance, Dan Wangkai and Viper and Yen Wei turned around and each went in a direction, starting a carpet search. Yen Wei did not say anything. A 2-star combat emperor was enough to protect himself. Dan Wangkai was now a 1-star combat emperor, so protecting himself was not a problem. As for Viper, although he was still a 9-star combat saint, he had mastered all kinds of perfect occupation and forbidden techniques. It was no exaggeration to say that he had the ability to kill a 1-star combat emperor. So, even if Dong Qing hit her cultivation base or mastered a divine art, it would not be a problem to delay for a while. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Wolf King, frowning. Can you smell them now? There is no other way. Wolf King shook his head. This place was full of the smell of blood. Even if Dong Qing stood behind it, it would not be able to smell Dong Qing. Let's go look for them too, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Time passed by bit. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King returned to the center of Monarch City. But Yen Wei and the other two had not returned yet. They waited quietly. Another hour passed. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, the three of them returned one after another. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked. I didn't find anything. Yen Wei shook his head. Me too, Dan Wangkai said. Viper followed. Wolf King immediately flew into a rage and roared, I don't believe that they will disappear from the face of the earth. Qin Feiyang glanced at it, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his face was full of surprise as he looked at Wolf King and said, Did they go to the canyon below? Wolf King said, There are storms all around the canyon, how did they go down? Qin Feiyang thought, since Dong Qing dared to cut off the iron chain bridge, it means that she must have something to rely on. Suddenly, a firm light flashed in his eyes and he said, Let's go to the canyon to take a look. Feiyang? Why you here? However, just as Qin Feiyang and the others were about to leave for the canyon, a strange voice sounded in the sky. Who is it? Yen Wei and the other two immediately looked up, looking extremely vigilant. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were stunned, and a trace of joy climbed up their faces as they quickly looked up. Immediately, they saw a middle-aged man standing in the sky. The middle-aged man was about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, wearing a black robe, and his face was weather-beaten. White hair could be clearly seen on his temples, full of vicissitudes of life. And the most eye-catching thing was between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. There was a crescent-shaped mark between his eyebrows. Uncle Ren, Qin Feiyang affectionately called out. That's right. This man was Ren Wushuang's father, Ren Duxing. Swish. Ren Duxing glanced at Yen Wei and the other two, and with a flash, landed in front of Qin Feiyang and Wolf King, and said with a smile, Long time no see. Wolf King laughed. It has been a long time, how is it? Did you miss us? Of course. Ren Duxing rubbed Wolf King's head lovingly. Young master he is? At this time, Viper and the other two walked over and looked at Ren Duxing suspiciously. Young master? Hearing how Viper addressed Qin Feiyang, Ren Duxing was also quite surprised. Qin Feiyang waved at Viper and the other two and smiled. Come, let me introduce you. This is Ren Duxing, a very amazing person. Viper and the other two were stunned, and the curiosity in their eyes was even stronger. They all knew what kind of person Qin Feiyang was. Ordinary people could not enter his eyes at all. However, at this moment, he actually said that the person in front of them was a very amazing person, and his words were full of respect, which was a bit unbelievable. At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's introduction, Ren Duxing smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. What amazing person, it's not as exaggerated as you said. Exaggerated? I have never admired anyone in my life, except for Uncle Ren. Qin Feiyang said. The more you say, the more ridiculous it is. Ren Duxing rolled his eyes and said, Aren't you going to introduce them? Qin Feiyang patted his head and smiled. Look at my brain, I forgot when I was happy. Uncle Ren, they are all friends I made in Forgotten Continent. Nice to meet you three. Ren Duxing cupped his hands and smiled. Nice to meet you. Viper and the other two also cupped their hands and returned the greeting with smiles on their faces. However, what made them so happy was not because they got to know Ren Duxing. It was because when Qin Feiyang introduced them to Ren Duxing, he called them friends. Although it was just a title, they felt very comfortable in their hearts. Because this meant that Qin Feiyang did not treat them as subordinates. After a simple greeting, Ren Duxing frowned and glanced at the corpses in Royal City. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feiyang, Uncle Ren knows that you have long had the idea of destroying the ruins, but isn't it too cruel for you to do this? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. You don't think that we killed these people, do you? Wolf King said. Who else here besides you? Ren Duxing asked. Faced with Ren Duxing's question, Wolf King was speechless for a moment. Because if it was him, he would also have the same suspicion. After all, they were the only ones here. Qin Feiyang sighed. Uncle Ren, these people were not killed by us. Ren Duxing frowned and said, Then who was it? Dongqing. Qin Feiyang said. Dongqing? Ren Duxing was slightly stunned and said in surprise, Are you talking about the little girl of the Dong family? That's her. Qin Feiyang nodded. How is this possible? Although I left the city a long time ago, I have seen her when she was a child. With my understanding of her, it should be impossible for her to do such a thing. Ren Duxing found it a little hard to accept. People change. In short, now she has lost her mind. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not show any sign of lying, Ren Duxing's face darkened slightly and asked, What the hell is going on? Quick, tell me the details. Qin Feiyang nodded. He told her everything that had happened in Iron Bull Town and the ruins. After listening, Ren Duxing sighed incessantly. He shook his head and sighed, I really didn't expect that the innocent and lively little girl back then would actually turn into such a person. It's really as the saying goes, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. After saying that, Ren Duxing asked again, What about the old man and Shuang? Are they all right now? Qin Feiyang hesitated and said, The old man also went to the imperial capital. Everything is fine for now. For now? Ren Duxing was stunned. He frowned and asked, Did something happen? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and hesitated. Ren Duxing said with a smile, You don't have to worry about anything, tell me the truth. All right. Actually, I am the son of the current emperor. Because of me, the old man and my sister were somewhat implicated, but it has been solved now. Qin Feiyang said truthfully, his face full of self-blame. The son of the current emperor? Ren Duxing looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Feiyang nodded, then smiled bitterly and said, But for some reason, not only have I broken away from the relationship of father and son, but also to the point where you die and I die. In short, since I entered the imperial capital, a lot of things have happened, and I can't finish it in a short time.